going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off and knowing I gotta make it. I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages of vacant. Modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Yeah, call me, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at the studio. Hold up, though. I ain't get to roll no weed. I ain't get to roll no switches. I was locked up on Christmas. I ain't get to see my niggas. I ain't get to hug my mama. Couldn't even give her no kisses. Can't even post on my Instagram. Could he pussy nigga be snitching? Everybody acting suspicious. Might probably say that I'm tripping. When I'm all alone in my jail cell, I tend to get in my feelings. And all I smoke is that loud. Don't pass me no midget. And I'ma smoke all of my pain away, cause that's the only thing that gon' heal it. I don't understand you women who go around pretending as if they really fuck with me. So I love them all from a distance. Cause the same bitch say she down the ride, be the main one who tricking. Got my limits with promethazine, cause every time I wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. Bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Yellow tape around his body. It's a fucking homicide. His face is on a t-shirt and his family's traumatized. I didn't even mean to shoot him. He just caught me by surprise. I reloaded my pistol, cocked it back and shot him twice. His body dropped down to the floor and he had teardrops in his eyes. He grabbed me by my hands and said he was afraid to die. I told him it's too late, my friend, it's time to say goodbye. And he died inside my arms, blood all on my shirt. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Bible terrestrial, bitch, I'm an animal. Melly's a savage, no, he not no amateur. Vegas my entry, fuck the whole camera. Bitch, I'm a murderer. I might just kill the boy, don't wanna kill the boy. Make him up, say he won't beef, we gon' grill the boy. I'm bleeding so good, I might dip his ass in and then spill the boy. Murder on my mind. Oh, I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Murder on my mind. Oh, oh. in the world. Whoa.
In the spot with the guys trying to make plays. Rush in the door, I'll be there when it take place. When I blocked it 108 days. Shoot through the ops, then I switch up the fake place. Stand over ops, do a sim, but I keep faith. Get on this body, not shooting from deep range. That's the polo on coach, trying to click first. Better than Stobie and Baby, don't 6 first. Before scoring on trust, had a miss first. Reload the clip, and then I let it disperse. BO up the clutch, and trying to drop one. Chase down king, I'm clicking to the cop car. Catch for one and living, not an option. G19, a 40 different options. That's what I got in the barrel. City question like the Christmas carol. Got a lawyer, ain't going to jail. That bright like a Jew in that shot. Do you like Tony? I call up assassins. Right, so when I bring the pack, no construction when I break a breakdown. I know I'm this one, no, I'm never lacking. I keep a toolie on my fucking head, no, I'm flipping that match, so we rob it at bed. I hop the Mac and now he wanna sit down. I'm with the babies, they told me what's crack. Walking my cup, so I'ma take a sip. I'm in the trap with the racks and the mattress. Boy, squeeze when he whipping the wheel. Leave a foot exploring the past. My homie do the hit just for the thrill. He don't even care, he do it for the passion. In the spot with the guys trying to make plays. Rush in the door, I'll be there when it take place. When the block did 108 days. Through the off, then I switch up the fake place. Stand over ops, do a sim, but I can't fake. Hit on his body, not shooting from deep range. That's the polo on coach, trying to click first. Better than Stobie and Baby, don't 6 first. What's going on, trust had a miss first. Reload the clip, and then I let it disperse. Reload the clip, and then I let it disperse.
And we are live. Welcome to Daily Canine News and Entertainment Channel. I am your host and the creator. I go by Square Media, Square Works Media, whatever you fancy or prefer to use. Let's see. Well, we have not been present on the YouTube that much, aside from a few community posts here and there, mainly to just, check in, let people know I'm fine, but I haven't watched any besides yesterday. I checked out a couple things yesterday, and I made a community post about them. I might bring them up briefly on here. It's nothing. It's nothing. It don't bother me. It's just, it's just what's one of the main things that's only going on. Apparently, there's nothing out there that's better. Apparently. Hello, K-Fam. Hello, Bambi. Thank you guys all for coming. Appreciate you guys showing up. I know I have not been the most active anywhere, actually. I have not been, and there's a good reason for that. There's always been this assumption, per se, and just repeated over and over and over, no matter what exists to the contrary. Just,
oh, he's obsessed. This is his life. He spends 24/7 on here. Blah, 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 blah.
well, if that was the case, I tell you what, if I was like I used to be and there was no growth at all, do you not think that I would not have gotten several things taken down from several different people's community post pages or their dumb shorts or anything else? I mean, some of them even directly, putting me as a pedophile. And guess what? I don't even report those anymore. I'm not playing that game of whack-a-mole. So you can then take it down and re-upload it or censor it and then put it somewhere else. Like I figured that game out a while back. And you can say, well, it's going to follow you around, stuff like some of them have said, but no, it's not. Like, you people are vastly underestimate the fact of how bad you yourselves make you look and have made yourself look going back in not so long ago history and even in the current time. I mean, you guys are over in Discord just casually, N-word this, JM's such a pussy. He can't be as brave as filthy. He's got to fucking talk about all naggers or knitters, you know. I mean, and you guys seriously think that I'm gonna be worried and supposed to worry about what you say? You know, if you ever do get a mob of people to take your shit serious or listen to you, the moment they come up to confront me to ask me my side, it won't take long to show them certain things and actions you participated in and done and all collectively said and agreed with and cheered on in chat. Uh, I probably won't even have to take no more than 30 minutes and they'll be converted and see the actual light. Be like, yeah, fuck them motherfuckers. Oh, JM, by the way, he tried to say, oh, this is red, this is red. You know why that was red? Because of that bandage. Okay, first of all, because of the bandage. Second of all, he decided, which wasn't a great idea, but he had used a razor and he didn't have any shaving cream or anything, so he used a razor to try to clean up and get rid of as much as that hair around that site area. And you say, oh, you didn't have any justification for doing this. Okay. He had already had it for about 2 weeks, been back home. They packed gauze in that thing. And guess what? There was still junk in there trapped. They didn't get it all out. It was supposed to be clean and emptied already. And all he was supposed to have to do is remove the gauze and, you know, take a Q-tip, which is exactly what they recommended. Take a Q-tip with some alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, clean the wound area inside and out, you know, uh, put a bandage over it, but, you know, you don't want to cover it completely, like to where there's not any at all air getting in there. There's, you know, still a little bit of a space where some air can get in there and help heal it. But the thing is, the thing's not closing. And it's been almost like a full month now. And there's a bunch of junk in there, you know. He had just gotten the gauze out. He couldn't see or look at it at all. And I looked, and he said, I just know that I feel a lot of pressure, and it was hurting me, and it was slightly inflamed. So, you know, I put gloves on, which people say I didn't. That's because the first round of photos I posted is me with no gloves on because that's not the same time that I did everything. There's no Q-tips or anything out on the table or anything that I've extracted because that was a completely another time. So yeah, when I checked up on it and looked at it with just taking the bandage off and giving it a look, maybe it wasn't the best idea to set my hand the way I sat it there, but I sat it there because I wanted to see the relationship, the size of it between my fingers, and see if it's getting smaller, if it's showing any signs of closing up at all. Yes, they knew I was. Another thing that was asked, he brought up trying to, you know, you could just tell he was trying to go at any possible angle. Number one, the person, you know, you talk about their family or whatever. Yeah, they don't have any close family or anything like that. You know, not that that's any of your fucking business, but regardless, that's got nothing to do with it. The other thing is, yes, they knew. I documented it. I showed them the stuff. They wanted to see it. They can't see back there, dummy. So they wanted to see it. And obviously, I took my photos and documentation without showing any identifying things at all, really. The videos I did not upload, which the videos show me in gloves and actually first time going at it and expelling this crap. When I done that, force gloves, whole 9 yard gauze, all that. And even after I checked on it and, you know, changed the bandage and stuff, when I didn't have gloves on that time, as you can tell, there was nothing open or any blood or anything at all. So, you know, I wasn't being unhygienic. And after I got done, I went ahead and grabbed an alcohol pad and I decided to wipe down the area, kill any germs that I might have spread or, put on there. And I rebandaged it. I'm not a fool. I mean, no one ever said that they was a specialist in this crap. It's not even part of my job. I'm not required to do it. I had more than the right to say, no, it's not really in my thing. But I've done this a few times. I've watched a lot of this stuff, and I've had a family member, somebody else that I was close to that had it before, and I went to the doctor with them when they got it done. And, I thought it was kind of bullshit that they had packed the damn wound while there was still keratin pus buildup down in there. I mean, it would have just ended up reforming a whole new one. It would have ended up making a whole new cyst. Well, I mean, basically that cyst would have just came back that way. So, yeah, I did what I thought I was to do, and I didn't post it right away. It's actually it's back in April, and when I posted it, I thought, I'm gonna get people that try to be like, that's weird, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't really care, because the whole point is that some people find interesting. There's a certain type of mental satisfaction that people get, like it's cathartic whenever you're watching the Pimple Popper videos, and they get it all extracted, and it's not inflamed or a big bubble anymore. Instead, it's kind of flattened down, and then they suture it up, clean it, and the next time they come back with a follow up, it's almost completely healed. There's just maybe just a itty bitty scar, barely visible. Yeah, it's a disgusting process. It's nasty. It's definitely not, clean. Deals with the body, but there's just something satisfying about, seeing those get taken care of. I'm not the only one that, like, I didn't invent that. It's not my words. That's the words of the people that started those channels documenting that stuff, and people subbing to it by the truckloads, and just can't get enough of it. It's not that they don't get grossed out whenever they see something get expelled or removed, especially if it's a really old one, because the older the ones they are, that stuff's almost kind of like fermenting in there, and it's going to get bigger. They can get harder, nasty. Ugh. Like, he's talking about, about it's in the air too. Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's why I freaking decided to grab an easy fucking, just simple little mask that he still had in there from COVID time. Put one of those on with the gloves, get the shit done, and clean it out. When you're looking at it the time later, when my hands aren't covered and I'm just resting with my fingers several inches apart on each side of it, you can see clearly into the wound and see, or the cyst pocket, and see the other layer of skin, and see that there is nothing inside that pocket. Not a strand of anything white, nothing. No blood, no exposed blood vessels, nothing. And it was completely, after doing the fiasco with the freaking cutting razor, no cream, and then he didn't have, at a certain point, we ran out of those bigger band-aids, so that might have had something to do with it too, putting a bunch of those smaller band-aids on there. But yeah, it was red, but then later on when you came and looked at it when it had the big band-aid on and take it off, that's why that one picture, it's completely flat. It looks like it's shrunk even a little bit, and there's no signs of inflammation or anything. You couldn't even really see that much inflammation just after the gauze was taken out. But you could see a little bit in the fact that he was telling me that it's tight, it's sore, it's tight, And, he's like, I feel some pressure in it. And I got those gloves on. I went up there and I got a gauze by me. And I just kind of put two thumbs out at an angle across from it. And I pushed down and then towards, like down and then towards one another, toward the site. And as I did that immediately, I mean, it's just instant. I mean, I didn't even have to apply that much pressure. So that's what doesn't make any sense. Like that should have all been taken care of and vacated before he ever came home. And especially if they're going to put gauze in it, like why would you gauze and put stuff in a pocket that may still have freaking bacteria and crap in it? It makes no sense. But whatever. My plans for today, just going live a little bit to talk. I'm sorry if I ran on and on about that, but JM, you're just an idiot, man. Like, you're so desperate to get some attention. I made a couple of memes I shared. I actually didn't make them, except one of them I did. And I shared them. And see, that's the thing. You said something about, oh, I just love how people are sharing kids now. I got an old account of y'all's workies where you shared my nephew. It might not have been you, but it was one of your working members. Yeah, you blacked out his eyes and stuff. But that's kind of the same thing I did with Squirrel. Squirrel's people, all of them, have his face superimposed upon and refaced onto theirs. So you cannot identify them like by facial recognition or anything. Sorry, you just can't. They still may look individual, and to a certain extent, yeah, they do have their individual characteristics, but they're not easily identifiable and able to be made out from the smiling face that's superimposed of Kyle onto the rest of them. And you know why? You really want to know why? Because you've been running around here, all you dumbasses, saying pedo this, pedo that, CP this, minor pictures here, minor pictures of family, blah, 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 blah. I mean, surely anyone else can relate that when you are being actively labeled or thought of doing something that for 110% fact you don't do, have never done, and will never do, and they just go along with it, just drum it up like it's a new paradigm, and you get enough people to repeat it. People that don't do research will start repeating it just because, well, all these other people are saying it, must be something to it. I mean, that's one of the greatest fallacies that still happens in our world today is people repeating and regurgitating other information they've heard, which is wrong and inaccurate most of the time, all because a bunch of people were saying it and spreading it. That's the exact type of tactic they work off of on here. Whenever they're making and twisting stories, whether it has to do with Harlow or Bambi or me or Chris. And you know what? That's funny. Whenever I get back there the next time, I just might. I mean, I don't have to. Then if I do that and I let y'all hear his voice and let you hear him say that, oh yeah, you told me and asked if it was all right, because I told him I wanted to put him on YouTube, and I was like, it's not got anything but just that little spot. I'm like, you can't. There's no male in the frame. There's nothing, because last thing I'm gonna do is let them harass somebody else. You know, I don't think it'd be such a good idea to get him on. But yeah, it's just fucking insane, man. I was looking through stuff on Google Photos that's been backed up and goes back to 2000 and like 17 and 2016, that far back. And I went back to 2024, 2023, 2022, and I kid you not, from 3 years ago, screenshotted on a random, uh, made on a random comment thread. You're gonna be put down, boy. Mustard squirrel, like. And then now you got, oh, you won't know when it's coming. Like, that is, I have no other way to interpret that besides intending to do and have me have done to me great bodily injury or harm or worse, death, worst case scenario. Oh, there's also the great threat from 2022, and while it may be, technically 3 years old, I'm not ruling that out either. Here's the thing: there's this thing called the 21-foot rule, and I'm gonna put it to you like this, and this goes for just about anybody that's not friends with me and we're not cool on the internet. Mainly because I don't know you, and more than likely a combination of you coming and attacking me for no fucking reason, along with some of my friends and stuff as well, because that's your form of escapism. Now, if one of like, hey, you might be able to legally get kind of maybe a little bit closer within 21 feet at a store or anything else. But I promise you, if you try to close that gap any further, and you're looking at me in a aggressive manner, when you're approaching me, fists closed, uh, stance, aggressive. I don't care if you have a visible machete in your hand or don't. I don't care if you're starting to put your fist up like you wanna, fisticuffs. I'm not a, you know, I'm not a complete can't lift or do anything crippled, but at the same time, I got enough, pain and ailment, sore spots that I'm not playing with my body anymore. I'm way too fucking young to be having the issues I have already. Um, so I'm not taking any chances with that, and I don't need any more great bodily injury or harm done to me. I, you know, besides the one time I self caused myself to suffer through something because of a breakdown. Other time wasn't me, but so yeah, just about the same thing, having a breakdown. I will tell whoever it is if they're coming at me aggressively to freeze and stop. I'll probably use both of those words or a combination like those two, not just once but twice. But I'm not going to do it a third and fourth and fifth time. If by the second time I tell you to freeze and stop and you have not shown any, and you keep coming and you keep coming, you know, what I recently listened to, they said, all right, at this point, you may, if they're coming, draw, but have it not, but not pointed directly. I mean, they said you can, but at the same time, if you're, most people don't want to, and you want them to try to stop, so they may not believe you have anything up until the point that you have to, you know, show your arm. But you don't want to brandish it. I mean, in a way, like you don't want to point it at them and be aggressive. Like you just want to pull it out, like hey, I don't want to do this because nobody does. You know, it's ignorant that you want to hate somebody so much on the internet and make up all this false shit about them that, that it could actually literally drive you to the point that you believe it in your head almost, and you're planning already in your head and thinking about how in the future that you're going to ambush me and and get me, which I don't know if that means like paralyzing me. I don't know if it means beating the holy crap out of me till I'm not conscious anymore. I don't know if it means to kill me. All I know is it means great bodily injury, most likely. And I'm not playing around with it. I don't give a fuck who you are, you know. Now, if I'm in my house, I'm not going to come outside my house and you may call me a pussy and whatever else. That's fine because I'm not taking that bait. If you feel big and bad and think that, you can push your luck and decide to break and entering, I mean, I'm not giving you permission. I'm not advocating it, but, you know, it's just ignorant. And you do that, you break in somewhere here, you don't have to have a gun. You don't have to come in and be threatening and say, I'm going to kill you or anything. I mean, people have come into the wrong house on accident from being, intoxicated and gotten dropped off maybe at the wrong house, wrong address for the Uber, and just come on inside the house. And after a few moments, they kind of look around like, well, something's off about this. Yeah, because it's not their apartment. The next thing you know, somebody comes around the corner, poo, 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 because guess what? When someone breaks into your house, there's no duty to retreat. There's no freeze, stop. Hell, even stand your ground. Technically, you don't have to give somebody warnings and stuff, but many people agree that unless they're just so super close, you don't have time to give any warnings, which that can be possible. But if they're far off enough where you can give them a few warnings, you know, that can be very helpful, especially if, God forbid, it does escalate and get to that point, and then a prosecutor and police are looking at it, and if a witness can say, well, he told him, stop not once but twice, even a third time, and didn't even point at him at first. And then when he kept coming, he finally pointed at him and said, please, that's going to show to the right people that, this guy wasn't looking to cause trouble. Matter of fact, he wanted him to fucking just stop and leave. And a lot of people, even if they intend to go after somebody or hurt them, once they see that their potential victim they want to get is armed, the courts have held that more so often than not, 8 out of 10 times, that person decides to turn around and the fancy word for it from the court was adjure, adjure from the conflict. In other words, fly away. When it comes to fight or flight, he chose flight, because he saw what? A self-defense weapon, a firearm, and realized, oh shit, I have a good possibility of dying now. And they'll be justified. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just turn around and let myself up out of here. Most people don't realize that the vast majority of the situations, it doesn't result in someone getting shot or killed every time that somebody uses a defensive gun use. It's just not how it works. More often than not, nobody gets injured if, thankfully the conditions just go that way. And it's not just once in a while, like from what I read, the source could be wrong, I'm not exactly for sure, but they said that most defensive gun uses, like there's about, I forgot what the number was, there was one number like in the millions versus only 36,000 of those cases out of over 1 million point something instances of defensive gun use. Only 36,000 resulted in either injury or death to the aggressor or what have you. So the majority of defensive gun uses don't result in death. At the very least, they might result in an injury, like Gage Gorsekurt's getting his bicep fucking vaporized by Kyle Rittenhouse because he thought it would be a smart idea to run on him with a loaded gun and pointed at him, all because he defended himself against freaking Tito and against a goddamn another guy hitting with a skateboard, a mob. If you go back and you watch the Rittenhouse shit, another one of the reasons why they didn't convict him is if you notice, every time a threat came up approaching him, he tried to retreat. And I don't know if he was necessarily in a stand your ground state or not, but he tried to retreat and get away from them, and they kept following him. And so finally, when he was cornered and he tripped, he fired. But guess what? Each time he fired, and the ones that didn't die, just got injured really bad. Like I said, one of them was straight up armed with a gun themselves. They turned around immediately after getting hit, and they flight. They flew up out of there. Did Rittenhouse shoot them again? No, he did not. Did he chase them? No, he did not. Did he at all? Like that was another thing that the jury, even at his young age and stuff and experience, he still had the rational thought that, once someone's no longer a threat, I don't have the right to, he didn't shoot to kill, and he didn't necessarily shoot to wound really either. He shot to defend him. He shot to get threats out of his way. Now, the way some of them guys got shot, it would seem to me he was trying to not aim in vital areas. But I know that one guy just couldn't, it was too close that, But he shot Gage in the bicep. And I think the other guy was hit somewhere else along that wasn't like a major, spot to bleed out or die from. But there's pictures of him cleaning off graffiti. Should he have perhaps went to that damn near almost developing into a war zone, protest zone, complete chaos and just very, very close to almost full-blown rioting? Was it smart to go there? No, it wasn't. I know some people may say, well, he was helping out, he felt a call. Hey, that's fine. You know, he said that going there with the rifle and, I mean, that was the only thing he had available to. It would have been a lot more ideal if he had something that was concealed that nobody could see, because he sticks out like a sore thumb walking around with that damn AR, and you just know there's going to be people there that are anti-gun, or maybe not anti-gun, but just criminal and want to steal his shit. I mean, and they tried to get his gun away from him. After he defended himself against Joseph Rosenbaum, they tried to get his gun taken. Some of them even called for him to be shot. And the only reason why he didn't really get in trouble for not staying completely at the exact scene is because it was chaos and dangerous. He could have another mob come at him at any time. So he decided to walk straight towards the police with his hands up, fully showing, I mean, no danger or anything. And he waved at them and pointed backwards, and then he pointed towards his gun like, I'd imagine he probably said something along the lines of, I've been in a shooting. I've been in self-defense shooting or something. And they told him to, quote, get the fuck out the road, which he did. And they went on with their rioting stuff and patrol. And later on he finally got interviewed and stuff. But good thing that that was recorded too, because Lord has no prosecutor or one of them would have probably tried to argue he left the scene. That shows he had negligent intent. No, he didn't leave the scene. He stayed very close to the scene. He then attempted to get the police officers' attention and get them to, whether it was detain him or put him into custody so he could get away from the crowds and stuff and allow him to explain what happened. I don't know, but for some reason they just, they did not give a shit about him at the time, and they didn't do nothing. But the right verdict was reached. I thought it was just disgusting when that prosecutor actually tried to, go into the area of speech and different things and trying to, major unconstitutional. Like that judge said, he said, I can't believe that you started to speak on the defendant's post-silent arrest. He said, that's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40, 50 plus years, and it's a fundamental right. And he said, well, I was talking about when he made these statements. He said, pardon me? He said, well, it doesn't have anything to do, that doesn't cover him making statements about it. He said, oh, don't get brazen with me. He said, you knew very well that you were walking on the border, and he said, and you may have crossed that border. Um, he said, I don't see any correlation between somebody saying that they wish they were out there to stop looters with their AR weapon at a whole different time and at a time when they didn't even have an AR weapon, and then fast forward into the future, and now he does have an AR weapon, and there are looters and something going on in his local community, so he goes to help. He said, I don't, he said, he said, sorry. He said, there's no reasonable thing that puts those two together. He said, while they may seem similar, uh, the timing, the facts, and what he said, he said it's not, it can't be taken as to be malicious, and a lot of people wanted him to be found guilty, it seemed like. I mean, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Can you imagine being around a mob of people, a big circle mob, all gathered against you? You're by yourself. I mean, are you gonna, let them do whatever? Or are you gonna, you know, get your freedom? Old DB boy his tits are on fire. JM's tits are on fire. Friggin', it's just been tits on fire, tits on fire, tits on fire. From what I've heard about, from what little I've caught up on here just recently. I take these interludes, these breaks, to show people, no, I don't go live every day or have to. No, I don't spend all my time on YouTube. Like, I can't even tell, besides knowing about Bambi's and trying to be there. Not even been that much over at Bambi's or anything. But, uh, I, what else? Okay, I don't know what this person's got going on. Polonius? What? Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to think about something. Let's see. Whatever person goes through is more painful. I mean, you may think it's insignificant. Well, how we've gotten to a point that it's perfectly acceptable to just spin your own version of reality on events that you would, like to be maybe not exactly, but pretty dang darn close, spot on with your vision. You have a movie maker like Stanley Kubrick who probably made, Full Metal Jacket's one of those movies of his that if I've seen it a long time ago, like maybe even back in the 90s. But you just kind of know that I wonder how many takes he would have to do saying some of that stuff over and over and over. Uh, Lee Emery, man, he's the only actor so far, um, probably ever will be now that he's, not here anymore. That worked with Stanley and was given so much leeway to improvise and ad lib, you know, just create it on the go. And maybe do it another 10 times, each time something a little different than the last. And, and they check all that. They come up with a name. I don't know what to do about it. I don't feel bad, but at the same time, it's hard to feel bad when somebody actively tries to, sabotage you and pretend to your face. So pretty much gotten over these, trying to have, kind of having friendship with you, and it's cool, not whatever. Not expecting for friends on here anymore. Uh, it's just completely nuts. Damn, you're just reaching, and to be lectured, wrongfully, I might add, with the wrong ideas and assumptions and everything, because you assume and you want to assume for the worst. It's not like you said, well, you could have used gloves every time. That would have been ideal, regardless if it was anything, exposed or dirty, etc. Just safe and sorry. And I could agree with that. Saying, oh, never used any, never wore any. I mean, that's just flat out lie. I got the video of first extracting it. You can see all the crap I got. But if I upload that, then you're going to be talking about, well, did you get permission to upload and take video? I'm not going to play these games. I'm just not. Addressing it and pointing it out for those that may not know what exactly I'm talking about specifically, here today. But it's just games. It's freaking old John the Crane he's trying to pull. Yeah, he's such a well-adjusted guy, that he sets the black silhouette targets and makes sure to put in the middle of them, print out my head with the bullseye over it, dumb Gene, Bird, whoever the hell you don't like, Dag Burn, put them up on the middle of the targets, you know, load his weapon with his daughter. I might add, taking her out to do this and encouraging not just yourself, but her for every shot that hit and, red stuff came out. I don't know if it's implying that she's realizing right now, like, I technically just participated in what could be argued and seen as me planning to do something with, the other woman or what have you. I mean, so pretty much, God being douche versus, you know, oh, me. Yeah, not out ripping and running or trying to cause any really issues at all. I have simply been laying low, not active as much online for a few different reasons. One, a little reset, a little break. Two, to prove and demonstrate the crap that was being talked right before I decided to take off for a tick. You know, people are saying that I'll never be able to say, all this, and that. And I think after probably around the eighth or so day, they probably finally accepted and realized that, I was off doing something else like I said I was going to be doing. But, we've had just people be ugly towards people and call them things they aren't true, go after the family. And lo and behold, when you just, want to clap back and get them a little ticked off by posting stuff and posting it in a way that protects the technically innocent ones in the photo that are related to you that aren't online, calling someone a pedo they have no proof is or anything. Or, I was hearing over at Birds or Paula's and stuff These people going at them Gene with the allegations that Jutt made with no receipts or anything. You know, they said fuck Gene and them fuck their team. Don't get me wrong, but I just can't stand by that. That's that's no bueno. And I just happened to be, I was doing a little spy looking at this chat live whenever I was in the car on the way back from out of town, and I really was this close to saying something in the chat to even potentially trying to get up on the panel, and it would have, you know, been to the conclusion of I know it's actually a lot of major differences in that, but I'm not going to get into all that. This is going to just be a short live, anyways. I want to give a shout out to my friends, Van B. Harlow and Chris Trump. I understand that nobody could, make it up on the live stuff. People got other things going. I didn't. This is spur of the moment going live for me anyway. Just haven't been on. Oh yeah, I heard. I know this wasn't super recent, but Backburn, you lost the channel, didn't you? Yeah, yeah, you did. Oh well. And you know that Jean is going crazy trying to keep up with all that hobbita 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 hobbita. She's constantly relaying back. Yeah, and it's kind of like when he nerd slapped Chris Rock. I mean, I'm surprised Chris Rock didn't just, you know, knuckle and those two fingers. They talk about the ones that should be pointing directly when you do your extended punt. Like it should have been thumb tucked, those two fingers that knuckle straight contact into their face. That's what it should have been. Oh, man. Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah, y'all can hear me. I apologize about that. Um, had a little technical difficulties. Kind of lost track of where I was at. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to mean. I never did say I was a doctor. This video proves intent. Intent that what? Intent that she want to kill someone and is going to be sent to the courts. Well, I don't know who you're talking about. That she, whoever she is, nobody said they wanted to kill anybody. As a matter of fact, I said that I went over, stand your ground and what the law says, and I just made it clear that if anybody tries to close and come within less than 21 feet of me and close a gap, and you're coming at me aggressively, like you don't have to be saying, "Oh, I'm about to kill you." You've already said that you're gonna fuck me up and I'm gonna be put down and all this stuff. For years, he's been doing it. So, all I have technically, as long as I'm not in a position where I have the ability to de-escalate and, you know, vamos, whether people get on camera and laugh and call me pussy, that's fine. I'm gonna save myself from screwing up and maybe coming off wrongly as the aggressor or what have you. I'm not an aggressor. I'm not going around trying to start shit. But when you got somebody that's constantly, along with a retarded nephew and his uncle, along with some DV squirrel boy, saying the same type of crap over and over and over and over and over, which is fine because at this point, I'm so used to it, it doesn't bother me. But what boggles the mind is the fact that these fucking yahoos didn't do it once or twice and wise up. They continue to do it. They continue to announce it. And I don't know if they've got this weird impression that they're going to be able to somehow, if something happens, that they'll be able to say, or get their lawyer to say, oh, well, it was for entertainment and online stuff only. We were never serious. It was a skit. Oh, well, they might be able to say that. But then when the other counsel says, so if it was such a skit and it was only for entertainment and wasn't meant to be ever true and not happen, why then did you go to the person's house? Why did you show up there with a group of people, uh, you know, making and chanting things that were intentionally meant to, you know, provoke and try to get underneath the person's skin? Which, I mean, technically somebody can do if they're able to do it legally without trespassing and stuff. Um, but if I decide to come out, which I have the right to do, and let's say you're standing over there, like right outside the property line, maybe with a stupid sign or something with some dumb shit claiming I'm something I'm not. I wouldn't come within 30 or 40 feet of you, but I would come out enough to where you'd be able to hear what I have to say back. And, which would be my freedom of speech. And if I say something and you get angry and you decide to then approach me like you're gonna, try to hurt me, unless my door is within just 2 arms length and I can exit back in, which technically I don't have. I mean, that's not a law in Missouri. It used to be, or back in the old days, you had a duty to retreat. You don't anymore. I do not have to retreat, but I would. I would do that well before I ever would freaking give the opportunity of some stupid sham trial and court thing going on, him going to the hospital over a boo boo and getting sympathy, pretending to be the victim, like that is the last thing I want to have happen. So yeah, even though I may not have to retreat, if I'm close enough to retreat without having to try to run or anything crazy ridiculous, I'll retreat. I mean, it's a smart thing to do. It avoids conflict, you know. Because if I don't retreat and I just stand my ground, there's going to be a point where he's getting too close for my comfort, and I'm going to have to act. And then once that action's done, it can't be taken back. You know, that's why it's very important for people to take a CCW class, go through a hunter safety course, to watch Wilson Combat YouTube videos. Shout out to Wilson Combat, Masad Ayub, Mr. Ayub. Check out his videos, listen and hear what somebody has to say that's got decades experience being an expert witness in court, etc. Teaching classes, making their own firearms. I mean, Wilson Combat's a great channel. There's a bunch of good videos on there for people that you should watch, especially if you've ever wondered about, okay, so somebody's threatening you, you feel threatened, you use deadly force, they're dead. Or let's say they're not dead, let's say that they're just extremely wounded and bleeding out and they get saved. Here's what's screwed up. Person could be convicted for the crime. The person that, ends up shooting them gets no charges because it was your home, etc. However, but then some time passes, and guess what? We live in a country where that criminal that was convicted and tried to put it off on you can go get advocacy groups, you know, give them help, money, different assistance, things. Oh, hold on, I kind of lost my train of thought. No matter what does happen, if people find him guilty or not, uh, with this court thing going on with Diddy, I think it's pretty clear that he's done some vile shit. Bringing escorts across state lines. Is that human trafficking or is that him committing a federal offense of solicitation of prostitution? And I don't know. I'm not a DOJ federal law expert or anything. I don't. But you just can't. I mean, like that guy coming up to Bambi's was so creepy and fucked up. But wouldn't have gave or been justified for, say Bambi to open the door and to, if she caught him on camera as he was doing it, if she would have opened that door and fired at him like poop, 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 guess what? Uh, I mean, he could even be out there saying, like, I'm gonna catch you off guard, or I'm gonna knock you out. I mean, some crazy shit. He could be saying that, but if he's not busting down the door or anything, doesn't have a weapon, isn't showing intent like he's breaking in. For her to just open the door and say, "Get the fuck out of my," probably whatever, shoot him. Not necessarily sure if it would be. It might be. Uh, I don't know. That could be charged with different things. That could be charged as manslaughter or second, maybe first or second degree. Well, no, first, second degree. I don't know. I just think it's unusual that that song I posted the lyrics from a song that he made. In the music video of that song, he's wearing a jersey that has the number 24 on it, which is precisely the same year that all of this really blew up. The video with Cassie came out, and the Homeland Security raids, and then ultimately his arrest, all happened in 2024. So that's a little eerie. It's a little coincidental. And his lyrics in the song is, "I run this city, so send the cops, DA, the feds to come and get me. Cats want to leave me for dead, you coming with me?" You know, some other stuff. Not guilty. Let me see if I can read it. It's here somewhere. Hey yo, call me Diddy. I run this city. Send the cops, the feds, the DA to come get me. Cats want to leave me for dead. You coming with me? Go ahead and get ahead in the Bentley red at 150. Straight lose it. Love two things: my money, my music. Might co-write and produce it. Drop nine hot, non-exclusive. Y'all hurt me like Bruce did. Deuce it. Break backs and stacks. It's no problem. Make raps and tracks full of Harlem. Get worldwide coverage. Got so many sports spots. I don't even buy luggage. You love it. Make moves major. Hide out in Asia. If your girl keep coming around, then I'm a blazer. I'm the bad boy flavor, light blue gators, not guilty, plus I'm filthy. Come on, make this money, take this money. Ain't no way you can take this from me. Now let's get it. I mean, that was his verse, and it's weirdly, oddly, and that's something that was made in 2001, I think. And the other funny part is apparently 50 Cent wrote those lyrics for Diddy. I tell you, man, 50's been, man, you talk about trolling Diddy, boy, he be trolling Diddy. I had people that didn't really understand. I was showing them a while ago, and they was like, "Oh, he just acting silly." No, bro, he's cross-dressing. Look at this shit. Talking about Diddy. Oh yeah, he cross-dressing. Hold on, I'll show you. Not only he cross-dressing, he wearing a black lingerie type lace coat, blouse, whatever. Watch him smack his lips. Like, I mean, just like that's some feminine shit. To smack your lips and shit like the way he does it and lick them. You're about to see. It's crazy. I think in this video, if you listen real careful too, you can hear him catching drains in his nose, probably from the pink cocaine that he's fond of doing. He's obviously drinking, probably smoking too. Like he's messed up, definitely. Like he's hella lit, and it's almost like when he gets drunk and messed up, like the real him comes out. And I'm not saying I think he's like full blown homosexual or whatever, but he's definitely got a swinger slash bi freaky kinky lifestyle that I mean I don't even think it's a casual interest or you know, like I think it might have started out somewhat casual, and I think I really think that he just grew it more and more and more, and embraced that side of himself, and you know that's what I think. I don't think that I just don't tend to think and believe that. Obviously, he likes women, you know, but that doesn't mean he don't also like men. Because he's going around calling Meek Mill daddy, talking about I like the way you do it like that, daddy. But why ain't but me and you ain't never partied. No, we partied. I can't be. Yeah, but me and you ain't never partied. What kind of grown man looks at another grown man and says we ain't never partied? Like that's some. That is some. That's some. Like I can't even believe that came out of his mouth and he didn't even think about it and try to redirect it or anything. Let's check out a few of these videos.
We're segueing into the Drink Champs interview.
I'm going to show y'all a few of these, and then we'll look at this little live stream tape he did. And then after that, I'm probably going to go ahead and get off here. I just came on here mainly to bull crap around stuff. Okay, why is my... Yeah, let me do that. There we go.
When you was with Nori and Fab and Jada and everybody. Yeah. Interview when you was with Nori and Fab and Jada and everybody, they made a compilation video of you because they said you were sounding real suspect on the interview.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Of course, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see it?
I swear to God.
Come on, man. You saw that on World Star and on the gram.
Check this out. When they started playing the game, the pause game, I would.
Now this is y'all gotta keep this in mind. This is 7 years ago. So people were pointing,
definitely,
especially 50, he was the first one. But people were pointing these little weird things out little by little. And they were not so viral and often that I guess people would always have a sense of doubt over it because it's like, surely not. But now, after all this has come out, the trial, him being locked up, raided, and all this, the hotel video, the testimony, it was all there.
That came from Harlem too, by the way.
it came from Harlem. I definitely would say the crowd would be like, whoa, did he just say that? You know what I'm saying? I don't play games, y'all know. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grown man. I don't play games. But yeah.
Did
the
you
compilation? Nah, I was coming off of being in Miami a night of party, and I don't really remember what I was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play some.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, I love it all. I love it all, man.
Now that right there, I love it all. They're talking about he said some weird stuff, and would you like a reminder? And he said, yeah. And then he said, after them bringing up the weird stuff, him saying weird stuff, he then goes, I love it all. I like it all. almost as if his brain went to, oh yeah, I like to get a little freaky and stuff. So, I love it all. Like I was probably partying and don't remember what I said, but I love it all. I mean, the fact that he then added to that statement, he could have just said, oh, I was just wasted, probably just speaking a bunch of nonsense, don't take it serious. That might have actually worked out for him. But no, he says, no, I was really messed up is all I know what I said, but I like it all. I love it all. It's almost like he's saying that he loves whatever type of lifestyle or, anything. Like he'll get down with whatever. That's almost like how that comes off to me.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
Listen to that.
I like it all.
I like it when you do it like that, Daddy. I like it when you scrambling and scraping for shit. Now that's him talking to Meek Mill, a grown man, and Diddy's talking to him while standing above and over him, and he's inside of a pool, right along the ledge of the pool, and Diddy's standing outside the pool by the ledge, kind of looking down on him.
I'm saying,
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play some.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, I love it all. I love it all, man.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
That was you.
Scrambling.
What? You said, I like when you do it like that, Daddy. When you scrambling and scraping for shit.
Hey, man.
Like, I don't know what I was talking about.
Hey. Nah. I mean,
You don't go back and look at that stuff and laugh?
I mean, it could be funny. I don't really be on it like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like
I'm sure we can put Charlamagne's compilation against Diddy's
We
compilation.
have a bunch. We have
Charlamagne.
yeah. I mean, I also don't do it because I know I'm bad at the game. Right. I know I say like reckless stuff out my mouth that's just not maybe adding up to with somebody who's homophobic, but I'm not homophobic and I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? But I'm bad at the game, and it's probably hilarious. I would love to see it. I would love to see the video compilation.
It's hilarious.
50 came up here and he was giving you flack for the asking Fab to party. So he'll ask you to play the clip, man.
Yeah, play the clip.
Now
Go
watch.
ahead.
I want you to party with me for your
Now watch this.
birthday, man.
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying?
I asked.
Me and you ain't never really partied. Not me and you ain't partied with other people or went to a party. Me and you ain't really partied. He's straight coming at him like, like when is me and you going just us two? And, perhaps these people, when he said this stuff to them, they were intoxicated. And my thing is either they were so uncomfortable by it, even though they were intoxicated, they still recognized it as weird and made them uncomfortable. They didn't say anything. They just kind of brushed it off. They just wanted it to be over with, maybe. Or they really are inebriated to the point that they don't see anything wrong with it. Like they just see, oh, that's Puff being Puff. Last but not least, or the very last thing, they know exactly what he's talking about. And they don't want to, like they don't want to alarm him. So instead of saying, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? What do you mean we ain't never partied? I went to parties with you. What, you want to have a party all by yourself with just me? Like, that's a little weird, dude. You know, they're not going to do that, though, because most of them was around Diddy initially because he's supposed to be helping them with record deals, signing the Bad Boy, helping them jumpstart their career. You know, that's probably why Justin Bieber and a bunch of people were silent. And even if they got freaked out by it, which I'm sure they did, if they seen any of that crap, they probably just thought, well, this is a whole nother level of society. These are the music moguls. This is P. Diddy, like he's not your average citizen, you know. Something tells me he may have rejected that plea deal, which I thought was nuts because I'm like, so you want to go to federal trial where they have a almost 97% solid conviction rate, and the woman you beat up is in their third trimester, popping, just almost ready to pop, pregnant, and his defense team has been trying to be very delicate when it came to Cassie because they know that they cannot cross-examine her the way they would like to just because she's pregnant. You know what that jury would think if they sat there and they saw some of his attorneys like yelling at her and stuff? Oh my Lord. I just, his own kids had to get up at one moment and walk out. His poor mother, she's so old, she ain't got the energy to be walking in and out of that courtroom, probably on a walker. So she stayed, poor lady, and had to listen through that shit. But yeah, once they got onto the subject of escorts, Diddy watching Cassie get rammed and pissed in her mouth and everything else, his daughters and kids straight up got up and left, and I don't blame them. I mean, I would have hoped before they got into that, like they gave him a trigger warning, instead of just getting right into it and then all of a sudden they having to get up and leave. And it's just messed up. A lot of people gave criticism on this because he's charged in a RICO case by himself. Now, people say, well, he had an entourage and he had assistants. And according to Cassie, a lot of these assistants were very hands-on, like making sure he got Tucci, making sure he's got whatever drugs else he wants, making sure he's got a gun. I believe she said that he made her carry a gun across state lines or in New York or something. And it definitely wasn't a New York compliant gun. Uh, they asked her what made her think that. And she said, well, he had told me about the magazine, not to get caught with it because, what she probably had, I don't know exactly which gun it was, what model, but it had one of those, 15, 17 round mags that are standard in most states like mine. But in New York and California and Colorado, you've got what they see technically as an assault magazine, a high capacity assault magazine that could only be used and be needed to create mass destruction and death, which is just bullshit. I mean, really. I don't know. It's what I hate to break it to people. And what's so stupid about the magazine ban is this. Do you think a criminal, let's say if they were going to, or a madman, somebody snaps, and they wrote a manifesto about going and doing something at a school or some other populated place that's usually, got signs that state, no weapons, uh, or a gun-free zone, etc. So just picture that, you know. But some criminals plan to show up at this place, of course, with weapons to steal something valuable. Do you think those criminals are going to make sure before they commit their fucking felony, robbing a bank, whatever the fuck else they're doing? Do you think when they go to get, let for instance, let's just for sake of argument, they only got one magazine each for their gun, and that's, do you think they're going to go over to a gun shop and be like, hey man, I need some more of these magazines? And the guy looks at it and sees it's a more than 10 round magazine and says, oh, these are illegal. You can't have these here. No, the only thing, he said, matter of fact, I might have to keep this and throw it away, dispose of it. He said, I'll be more than happy to give you a compliant magazine. And he's like, wait, do you think a criminal is seriously going to go in there and be like, yeah, I need a compliant 10 round magazine? Uh, you know, uh, and then they say something like, and here's a fucked up thing they're trying to do in California and New York. What a surprise. It hasn't been implemented yet, but they're promising to do it, and that is micro stamping. Now, what is micro stamping? Some of you probably thinking, I've heard of that before. Is that something like where stuff gets micro stamped with a label or something? You're on the right track. What micro stamping is, though, technically, it has to do with guns, at least this particular type. And so what it is you buy a gun, I buy a gun, and then there's a bad guy with a gun, let's say. And we're all out in relatively the same area. A crime pops off. Bad guy with a gun shoots somebody and, shoots up in the air or whatever else, or in a general direction to scare folks so they don't, see who he is, make his identity, whatever. Okay. When police finally show up and everybody's being questioned, we all stayed around at the scene, of course, because we didn't do anything wrong. And of course, the criminal's long gone, right? Because he's not going to stay. What if I told you with this micro, this is how easy, this is what somebody explained on a gun channel. So what this micro printing does is anytime your gun fires, cycles through rounds, what have you, they're adding something into the gun to where when that firing pin presses on the cartridge, there's something else added in there that leaves a stamp, a unique stamp that will only be tied to that firearm. And I think it's left over on the brass of the bullet, So if you go and you commit a crime, you kill somebody, what have you, just property damage, whatever. If you use a gun and they find shell casings, soon they're going to be able to take those shell casings and they're going to be able to go and look at this microstamp, go to the manufacturer and find out where was this particular special microstamp, here's the serial number for the gun and stuff. Here's the FFL stuff. Oh, okay, Mr. So-and-so, that's his gun. Now they got his address. They go knock. They ask him, does he has this type of gun? He says yes, because he's got nothing to hide. he gives it to them. They look at it and they say, "All right, Mr. So and So, please turn around. You're under the arrest for the suspected crime of murder, whatever, manslaughter. You know, you have the right to remain silent, blah blah blah, all that stuff." And the dude, the dude probably ain't gonna understand because he's gonna be like, "I didn't do anything," But this is what somebody explained to me. Or on YouTube, they said, "Here's why that shit's a bad idea." So every time I go to the range, you go to the range, any of us go to the range or anything, essentially you're making it to where we've got to be able to pick up every single bullet we ever fire. Because God forbid, all a criminal would have to do is watch somebody else shooting. When we're distracted, they just grab a few shell casings, they're micro printed, put them in their pocket or whatever, leave, and then when they go and commit a crime, pick up, they use the same gun, same caliber ammo, pick up their shell casings and drop yours at the scene of the crime. And hell, just not to make it so obvious as to seem like a setup, don't pick up all your shell casings or don't leave a bunch out. Just maybe leave one or two. Basically show that, well, he tried to go around and get all that he could find. And that'll help sell the idea that, that was that person's shell casings. When in reality, it's shell casings he planted. So the police would find and charge and think somebody else is the suspect. And that's the problem with this microstamp proposal bullshit is, I mean, some gun company's going to have to end up creating some type of little thing where it can, as you fire and it kicks the cartridge out, there's a little, I don't know, some type of little add-on you put over the, what do you call that? Frick, I can't even think. I cannot think. I just had a brain fart. What the fuck is that called? Oh crap! Yeah, I forgot. Time's been flying by. Didn't even pay attention. What was it? Trying to make a very hard decision. You can make an argument for why either side is better than the other. I put it to you this way, Mr. Jonathan, if you're still out there watching, which I'm pretty sure that, of course, unless you're indisposed, which, see, even I'm grown up enough and honest enough to admit that just because you're not always watching, which, you guys seem to love to think that I am, especially a certain DB boy.
He's like, you're trained. The engagement is training, and it's so satisfying.
Really? So what about that past week before with all the so-called debate and outrageous things you did and all the community posts you made, talking about that Hayti is getting organized and we will demand that he does, but you can demand all you want, but you're going to look stupid if you ever come out in public somewhere and try to sell false freaking ideas and statements as fact to the general population. because I'll call out every single one that's alive. And while you people may not give a shit, and debunking things and you watching it, doesn't, you care less because deep down you already know it's all bullshit. You know, oh, Kyle wants to cry now because old Willie has decided to fucking give him a taste of his medicine. How tragic. Not to mention the fact that this motherfucker literally went along with Deadly because he saw and he completely, this is where he fucked up. And this is why I can't believe that, I thought Filthy had kind of fallen out with Mustard, at least having him in good graces, saying that he supported Paula or something. I could have swore. But regardless, he's still around, which is fine, but don't lie and hide the fact that your buddy boy, your DV boy there, 3 domestic violence felonies. 3. I think 2 are with the same woman. And the 3rd must have been a newer woman. Let me ask you this, though. Were they all women that bore your children? I mean, do you happen to have like 3 baby mamas or 2 baby mamas at least? I would have thought an upstanding man like old Victor boy would go to work, get married, raise the kids as his own, regardless if they're his blood or not. Try to, be a father figure to them, especially if their father's not around. And, doing all that definitely does not include or need one to decide to get controlling and threatening. Just no need in it. I mean, now you can do that, but remember, it's all about fucking appearances. I mean, I know people like to see appearances and, the things we say and do to try to impress others and compliment and make a good impression, especially if we, want something from them or feel like that they could help us, whoever it is. People can see this as manipulation, but it's kind of the way Jordan explained it was. He said, and he said it very well can be manipulation if that's the point, is to manipulate something. Uh, he said, but if you're simply, fairly new in a particular interest, a field, or work that you want to get into, this is the time when you don't know anything. You're not supposed to know anything. So ask questions, Don't be afraid to ask questions. There's like a societal shunning of people automatically. It's almost like it's a knee-jerk reaction. It's built into our psyche that long and that old ago, that any person, doesn't matter their age or where they come from, or even if they're, in school still and just not even an adult yet, some guys figured out they could get stuff from people by extorting and finding out what their, you know, major fears were. And then to torture the person by either getting, you know, whatever it is they fear in your possession, or use hallucinogenic drugs, they said. And person will eventually, you know, see things as you say that they are. Now, that might sound a little weird, you know, hallucinogens, like what medical value would a hallucinogen have? Well, people have been using ketamine now to help with stuff and depression, reset the brain, as well as MDMA. And essentially, yes, like MDMA, for example, a lot of people get this mixed up. They're like, you know, it's freaking, isn't that like a cousin to meth or whatever? Not necessarily, but it has a amphetamine chemical molecule structure in the whatever you call the damn thing, the unique structure of this you know, within it is a chain of, I forget what they're called at this moment, but basically that stuff makes up and is a certain chemical. It's kind of like whenever you get marijuana or hemp, you know, and it says THCA, maybe 26, 27%, right? Uh, Delta 9 point less than 0.3%, you know. If you light it on fire, that THCA, the acid part, will, you know, fall off essentially and somehow convert after it falling off to tetrahydrocannabinol 9, whatever. Which it's just crazy how the loophole is because essentially they were saying from what I read, like you can have THCA flower that's up to 30%. And I mean, I know that's true because I literally come across it and got some of it myself. But I was really worried because I was like, it only has 0.3% of Delta 9. And I looked it up and I'm like, you know, that's small of a dose for somebody, you know, not tolerant at all, not been a user. It might cause a little bit, you know, I don't know how much or what have you. So he ends up uh, deciding that he's going to end up basically doing what he wants to, anyways. You know, I'm not going to give too much of this movie away because I haven't watched it all the way through yet. I've only seen, you know, infamous parts and stuff. But I think I'm really gonna fall in love with the character. Uh, Something happens with anti-heroes in me. I mean, I root for the heroes too, especially if it's a Star Wars film. But sometimes in the movie, like with who was it? It wasn't no good, but you know, Alice not being awake long, then not knowing anything, total amnesia. Let's see. 40, 44? Shit. Yeah, I thought I could sworn I saw somebody comment something about a place called Sykeston, which isn't far from here. We've only ever, I remember going there just mainly stopping on the way up the Cape to get something to eat there, but not a whole lot in Sykeston really. I mean, it's probably the nearest, biggest area and city before you get to Cape Girardeau, which is almost about another 45-ish, 50 minutes from uh, Sykeston's exit. So he's got one arrest, and this one he's I don't I don't think he wants to show his ID because he doesn't understand what he's not been told what crime he's been committing, suspected of committing, or you know. And there was a ruling in Supreme Court that basically said I think this mother sued over her son's death. Um, and from what I found out reading through all of this, it's a little confusing. I had to reread it, but essentially all how you say it? What do you mean? Sorry, guys. I was saying some, talking to somebody else. So, there's no air. So, how do we power it? Well, if all else fails and none of the sustainable, non-draining on our electric grid and resources doesn't work, you can always use good old-fashioned fossil fuels. Trying to think. Gotta cut him with a freaking shaving razor. That's just insane. Uh-oh, looks like backfired and he ended up catching her hand in it. I wish I could show you all this film that's playing in the background, but heck, if I do, I really have to pause it just about every 10, 12 seconds. I don't know if it would allow it or not. Screw it. Let's go ahead and
50 about that. And he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought he needed some clothes.
Bro, what grown man is taking another grown man shopping and having the audacity to say, I thought he needed some clothes, bro? You is a billionaire. At this point, you was. Maybe not always, but you climbed up there pretty quick. 50 Cent, I would imagine he's got to at least be, what, 1 billionaire? Even if it's just only 1 billion is all he got. If he's not a billionaire, he's definitely a multi-millionaire. And you saying he thought he could use some clothes. Like, I've been there for some friends of mine that ended up staying and living with us. When we were younger, they came off as real good friends. They weren't shady. They just, kind of took up for me if something was unfair and, very easy to see. But then all of a sudden, it, they ain't got no time for you, and that's just kind of how it's like growing up. Because I seen a couple friends from grade school the other day, and oh, it was nice. Miss A kept bringing up basically all the stuff that I used to say and would get the other Miss AM riled up. Like I used to say this thing where I'd be like, "I'm gonna bust you up." And I think I got it off Hey Arnold because at the time Hey Arnold was still on air at certain times of days of the week. Didn't get into a whole bunch of Hey Arnold, not enough to know the series, like all the series stuff and memorable things and all that. Like I don't. Now, Nightmare on Elm Street, you ask me any question about Nightmare 1 all the way to uh, a, a, a Nightmare on Elm Street reboot, like the Jackie Earl Haley reboot of Nightmare on Elm Street, as much as I didn't really care for Jackie performing that role, Jackie is a very good editor, or excuse me, not editor, actor, very good actor. When he played Rorschach in Watchmen, I said, oh, now this is a role meant for Jackie Earl Haley. But then I noticed the fucking fedora he had on as Rorschach's character wearing a fedora. And when well, I don't want to give the spoiler away, but basically later at the end of the movie, that fedora is, like swishing in the wind, on its way down to fall on the ground. And a fedora is exactly what Freddy Krueger wore. His outfit was a red and green sweater, khaki style, dark work pants, um, along with his his personal shop. He had a shop or whatever. He could make certain rudimentary things, probably weld stuff together. And he made that glove with the knives and everything. And what's funny is in the very first Nightmare on Elm Street, you see what's supposed to be Freddy. It's not really Robert Englund, but it's somebody else wearing Freddy burnt hands. And they're pouring all these pieces out, these little rivets, and they're pouring out this plate, this steel plate. And then they pour out these, like, not butter, decent sharp kitchen knives, maybe like steak type knives, high quality steak type knives. And he takes these blades apart from the handle, the wooden handle, all these knives, 5 of them. He gets the glove and then he starts attaching on and putting a metal piece on top and then a metal piece inside the glove to attach them together that would be above his freaking whatchamacallit. Not it wouldn't be on above his palm. Well, I guess it would be above. It'd be on the top side, top of his hand, which below it, be his palm. And done that, so then the fingers, which they cut down, and then he made those metal rivets to be able to, still be able to close your hand. But when it's closed, the knives pretty much, extend further on down, and it's just, and it's interesting because they didn't think they'd end up using that, but that was not the first time they made one. That was going to be the one used in the film, so they wanted to make it on camera, the very first one. And like I said, it wasn't the actual first glove, but it was the actual first glove built on camera in the movie that Robert Englund then did use for the rest of the fucking movie. And it is crazy how that was created and the way that what Wes envisioned, how he came up with it. you haven't read that book that Wes wrote, or the documentary that he did not long before he would meet his end to his battle with his health conditions. Rest in peace, Wes Craven. I mean, Wes Craven brought us Scream. He brought us Hills Have Eyes. He brought so much. Wes Craven did. You know, some people liked him. Some people really didn't care for him. I got to say that if it was not for Wes Craven, Freddy Krueger would have never been, and Robert Englund's career wouldn't have went off the way that it did. And if you look, if any of you even care, because some of you I could probably tell probably aren't interested at all, but if any of you care how, like in the movie industry, for example, uh, theaters come and go, like how does it work competition wise? And even though, there's very clear, I don't understand like why if it was made clear and we have the new stuff already that don't just change it out, especially if they have people complaining, about it. And I veered off from the movie, but because they went to go eat after finishing filming one day, and he didn't realize that he still had the makeup on. And hell, he didn't even really realize that he had the glove. He said because at that point it was almost becoming second nature. He said that he would put the stuff on before he left the house, the clothes and stuff, not his makeup. He couldn't do that till he got there. But he would put on everything else in the glove. And after he had breakfast and had his, morning stuff done, the time he'd have before work, he basically is in most of the costume and is reading lines, changing things if he thinks it needs changing. Like Rob, like okay, people know who Ian McDermott is. He's the guy that played Emperor Palpatine. All right, he's also was in Sleepy Hollow. I think as the judge or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I seen something she'd commented a couple years back and another person, and I said, "Huh, so that's that year." But in 2023 and 2024, you was on my dick hard, hard as fuck. You was on my dick hard. I mean, no qualm about it. Just fact. Please, I'm sorry, guys. I had something family come up just a while ago that got us all on edge. And then there's an argument about uh, getting something done and put up before perhaps, you know, bad stuff happens to it to the point where it's beyond repair. So I get it. It's just the weather is not, it's not trying to get all that crap down out of that attic when it's still this cold like it is and slippery. I mean, you have to get on a ladder. You're gonna just be asking to fall off and break your neck. So they once you get out of the stuff, then yeah. Yeah, Trump said, I probably would rather miss a little bit and potentially not end up hitting the person somewhere fatal. I mean, this was a little child, probably not even barely 5 years old yet, just four. And him and his brother were out, and somehow they got a hold of an actual freaking firearm. And at one point, the police decided, I guess they was getting a little impatient. I'm not exactly sure. Uh, I think it was a bad decision, but they rubber bullet shot the two young children. And one of them that got hit with a rubber bullet, right after he was hit, he raised the firearm that he had in his hand and pointed in the direction of the police. And some people think, like, hey, he just didn't press the trigger, or maybe it wasn't loaded. It was loaded, it was in the chamber. The gun failed, misfire, essentially, which is just a miracle, really, because if that gun had went off, even if it didn't strike any officer, it might have went off up in the air or something. They would have dropped that young boy, and there's no way he would have survived. I mean, even if they just shot him once, it just. Mm-mm. So I give a big thumbs up and salute of respect that this situation didn't turn out way worse. Um, it's definitely not kid's fault per se, but the fact whoever is their guardian or parents, they left a loaded, dangerous firearm somewhere where he could get it. Where'd you get it from? He stole it, out of the drawer next to my dad's wallet, basically. So he probably was wearing this hat, and when he wore it, he had really good days and stuff. So that's probably, I think, where that's from. I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot off the side of my mouth. A lot of it might seem to myself compared to y'all. Y'all probably wondering like, what the fuck is he just blah blah blah. And I'm trying to keep note of things because I'm about to play one video, then maybe a second, and then I'm shutting her down and getting off here for today. Just figured I'd come on and tell JM he's pathetic. Now you might don't try to be a cheapskate and be like, "Oh, this is content. I won. This is the reaction." No, it's not. If it was a reaction like you're talking about, that would be a win. It would have had to been maybe not immediate, but very, very, very close. Same. God, please no. But I don't know why other people have issues. This person, I don't. I'm bringing up somebody I just saw mentioned here. I'll eventually tell you who it is, but I tried being friendly and comical, collected in that chat. But there was another one that was lurking over there, and I don't think he's lurking or allowed over there now, because pretty much eventually he flip flopped again and was back on my side, which I knew wasn't permanent. Like I didn't get all ooh, like I got him now, converted him back. Like no, fuck no. Uh, no talking. I can't believe that. Especially when we had freedom of speech. So they actually was able to and did make little rules and unconstitutional laws, no doubt, about not speaking. Couldn't speak if you were that person to a white, couldn't speak, not supposed to speak as a white to them. Like, that's just, oh my God. I don't, manual heart solid has terrorism. I mean, I can't believe it. Yeah, please don't do that. Us Americans do not want tobacco, nicotine, any of that crap. And joints, blunts, bongs, all the ingredients you need to make a high motherfucker pie. You don't need none of that. Don't need none at all. Well, it would seem that, wow, you gotta be kidding. The irony and how pissed off that probably made him, which is just stupid, really, if you think about it from a logical, spiritual standpoint. Damn, they really wanted to kill. They wanted him to kill them. Like, as soon as he heard that, as soon as somebody he was working along with, supervisor, whatever, said that to him, I mean, not to just be all like, oh, immediately run, go tattletale snitch. I mean, this is potentially dangerous, delicate stuff. uh, you know, mm-mm. Yeah, right, freaking. Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing? It's okay. I'll get this out for you later on. I'm still alive with the good people. But all of this stuff, all the mooing, all the noise making, I thought that's what locals do. Guys, like, I've not been on here. And don't make, I mean, seriously, I know you are, but to make a big deal out of this stream, and I ain't been streaming, and I come on and I touch on a few things, but you've yet to hear any strain in my voice, anger or anything. I mean, Miss Laurie couldn't take the truth, so she had to delete her comments off the short. Um, yeah, funny how that works. Still wanting to take up for like workies and the very people, including Filthy, who just straight up threw her and took two to the goddamn wolves, if you ask me. I mean, I wasn't close friends with them. I always was respectful towards Triple T for his service, to the point that I've had people telling me, I mean, that was his service then. This is now. This is his conduct and behavior now. And I said, would you think it exemplifies, what soldiers are supposed to stand for? I don't know. I don't know. It's the only one I know about right here. It's the only thing I ever take when I have a localized pain or something like that. I usually just take Tylenol. I don't use topical anesthetics or anything like that. I just don't. I've used BioFreeze and stuff before, yeah, but just not a whole fan of roll on, apply on your skin type crap. Vacate. Set time. I tell you guys, and we're back finally. Gonna be getting ready to wrap this up here sooner than I expected. I guess probably won't get through those bids. I just got a little distracted, all. I walked out, went to the bathroom, just came back. So, yeah. One moment. Right back. All right. I think I've started to get surface again now. Like I said, kind of running off track a little bit again. This was spur of the moment. No planning, just going live, talking in general. I hope everyone's having a great Saturday. I hope you had a good Friday afternoon yesterday and your week was well. We've got just rest of tonight, tomorrow, and after that, we'll all be going back to most of us going back to our respectful posts and times we report in. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Well, these Republicans and people that are pro Second Amendment and stuff are submitting more bills. Yeah, they essentially take you, and you could be. I mean, usually depending upon how it's made, if you're belligerent and not able to calm down and just irate, uh, they're going to attribute that all to the symptoms and being a part of it. When in reality, you could be very angry about something that's gone on or happened. And probably most people would think it's, I don't know, but uh, I'm something close, right? You know, oh my lord, this is insane. Uh, I get Chris's a joke when he's like, "How many of us have ever been online and been interviewed by the person we got cheated on, that cheated on us?" You imagine being sitting up there and somebody going, "Well, now on the 3rd of May, 1905, last night was wonderful. I hung out with blah, 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 blah." And then principal dude's son, he didn't notice that, yeah, she's gone. So, because I've never read full, or not read full, but also watched every single part of these. Yeah, apparently we can adopt another state because I read this little Constitution booklet that Grandpa gave me, and that's how they ended up getting rid of prohibition. It's a constitutional amendment. Oh God. Somebody not run from you. What? Talked about license permanent tradition. Germans say, well, as you know, Germans say it's one of the best, hands down, speaking leaders of his time. Yeah, that's not a sympathetic plight towards anybody. It's nothing. Say it every day? No, I mean, of course not. There's other things that take up other days. I mean, not every day is president. I mean, take your time, please. Take,
You triggered? I mean, what's the big deal? No, I mean, oh no, he lost his arm. It was a good prosthetic ones. But he already had prosthetic ones. So what about it? Of course, and somebody way later on wants to try to come up. I'm sorry, guys. I kind of. Oh, it's Truck. Oh, my bad, dude. My bad, guys. I freaking stepped away and was looking at my phone and shit.
Where'd you go?
I don't even know why I decided to go live, to be honest with you. But mainly wanted to go live. Hey, Truck, thanks for coming by, man. Sorry if you tried to come by a while ago. I haven't been on the backstage. I've got my one earbud connected to my laptop. My phone.
No, I didn't try.
So I didn't hear anything, and I can't see anything either because I'm literally in the other room folding shit up.
Oh no, that's fine. I typed in the chat I'd be up a little later because I was busy doing stuff. So
oh yeah,
not a big deal. What's going on?
Well, apparently, you know, I'm obsessed, right? This is my life. I can't live without it. But like, I've been gone.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I've got one of the actual worky turds saying, like, you know, I've been gone. Hold on, check this out real quick.
You've been
Well, we're
gone.
gonna play.
Oh, where'd you go on vacation?
Look, he's trying to get. He's trying to get. Right here, he's trying to get booked. He's trying to get himself booked on stage or for something, an award show. Check this out.
For like the weekend of the 14th when the soundtrack comes out.
What the fuck?
If so, bump somebody. Thanks. I love you, man.
He said, if so, bump somebody. In other words, bump somebody to the back of the list or off the list so I can get my spot. You know, watch what he does.
I got my MTV album.
He said, I got my MTV album. That's what it was.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
Where do you find these bigger kids?
Hold on, look.
He must have ADD.
This is like freaking, hold on.
What's he got? ADHD, ABB, ABCD? What the fuck? Kids all over the place.
Hold on.
I am murder on my mind. Woo.
It says Sean P. Diddy was featured in a documentary "Can't Stop, Won't Stop," a bad boy story.
Oh yeah, he's really bad.
Well,
Guy's
Bad Boys is record label.
Yeah,
record label's Bad Boy. Yeah, it's kind of ironic. That's what it is. He said, "Whatever I want, I have to get." Resurfaced following his arrest. Yeah, but when was this done?
Don't tell me they're still talking about that guy.
Which was released in Okay, so this is released in 2017.
So it's
Right.
year. It's a good while back. But let's finish it. But yeah, basically, dude is fucking going crazy.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I'm gonna get.
Real savage. Yeah.
What's next? What's next? I gotta get it. I'm not gonna stay fucking down. I'm not gonna stay fucking lying down. I'm not. I can't do it, man. I can't do that. What's next? Give me something else. What can't you do? I can do it.
Karma's next.
Anything.
For killing Biggie.
Yeah, karma is
Karma's
next.
next.
You sitting in a federal courtroom being drawn like I mean,
With a
have
bunch
you
of
seen
with
the
baby
drawings of
oil
this?
everywhere.
No, have you seen freaking? Hold on, let me show
Yeah.
you the best drawing.
Sean Diddy Combs.
No, you've seen bullshit ones. I bet. Let me see, best drawing of how Diddy looks in court. This is the most freaking like best quality one, and you can get a lot from it. Hold on. Let's see. Diddy flashes the heart hand symbol. Yeah, I think right before it started, like he flashed a little like "I love you," like like two hands making a heart to his family and stuff. And he also has been calling himself. He's been going by the nickname Love now for a while.
I'll never see them again. Well, that's his bitch name in jail. They call him Love, probably. While he's getting fucked.
His former girlfriend.
Diddy started
R&B singer Cassie Ventura facing cross-examination today.
Diddy started calling himself Love in 2021, making his full name Sean Love Combs. He had previously announced the change to Love and Brother Love in 2017, but later retracted that announcement. He confirmed the middle name change in 2021 by sharing a photo of his Florida driver's license with the new name on Instagram. So he put Love in his name, like, and you know why? Why do you think in 2021, right? 2024 he gets raided and arrested. 2023 lawsuits, 2022 lawsuits, and 2021 I think around the beginning of the lawsuits.
I don't know. He's just an imbecile. He just chose that name, I guess.
When these lawsuits started to come, he thought that was the worst thing ever. And he just figured, well, we'll settle these. If there's anything that I don't want to settle on or don't want to accept, or they're not willing to let crap go, I'll fight them. I guarantee you, because that's exactly why he did that promotional video at his house, and he called himself Love and all that. It's why he was trying to endorse Kamala Harris. Like, I think he he did. He tried to get people to vote for Kamala Harris. I think specifically he got told, man, all these lawsuits, man, like, like you ain't got nothing criminal yet, but it could come around the corner. And all these people started talking and shit and violating some NDAs they signed. But what's Puff gonna do? He can't sue them all. He's getting sued out the wazoo.
He's screwed.
They said that he was freaking avoiding being served in jail. Apparently, he can avoid being served in jail. He can refuse to be served if he doesn't come out of his cell and does not come into the main booking type area where they give that stuff out at. So what they have to end up doing, they said, like, Diddy's that tired of getting sued and getting served that he's refusing to go down there routinely, which is when they serve him with new stuff. And so they're basically having to pay a sheriff's person is going to have to go down to his cell in person with a camera going and basically announce, like, you've been served, blah 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 blah. And I mean, bro, imagine like you getting sued so much you don't even want to fucking leave your cell. Oh my god, man. I would have, bro. I don't know if I'd still be alive, man. To be honest with you, if this was me and I couldn't get out of jail with $50 million, and right now my ex is being interviewed pregnant on the stand and crap. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
I'd see the writing on the wall. I'd be scared shitless. I'd probably be trying to figure out a way on how to get out of it.
He's got nothing but karma coming his way. That's what happens.
Well, and I think a lot of it may have to do with, you know, he always rode with Biggie, man. And a lot of people say that Gene, all these bodyguard stuff, they're just trying to get clout and whatever. But
He simped to Biggie. That's all he did.
This
he
biddy,
made money off him.
His old bodyguard said, I was there that night, and Puffy always rode with Big. He always rode with Big. That was his dude. He said, but for some reason, the night that we left, Puffy said, hey, I'm getting in with them. He said that they had to get going somewhere, and he's like, Puff, that's not, he's like, you kind of breaking protocol. And he said, yeah, I make my protocol. He's like, it's all right. He said, just make sure Biggie's good. And he said, that's something Puff never would say, is make sure Biggie's good. But he said that he got in the car and he pulled off and he left. He said, we got in the car and we started to leave. And for some reason, what's his name wasn't driving that fast. We hit a red light. We start hearing another car come up. And when they came up, just boom, 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 boom. He was telling them to go, and they pulled off. And there was a hospital that was literally just a few blocks away. And for some reason, they decided to take him to the hospital farther away. So, I mean, and Diddy never did come back. He said Diddy didn't call. Diddy didn't say, what the fuck was that? I heard the gunshots. Diddy didn't circle back and come back in the car and check on Big. Diddy kept going. He said Diddy fucking left. He'd gone.
Yep.
And this Keefy D dude that they've got in Las Vegas, man, that dude's a fucking idiot too. Like, you don't get a proffer agreement with prosecutors and then say, you know what? They said I was good then whenever I put all that shit out, but I'm gonna go write a book and I'm gonna go on Vlad and I'm gonna say all this out in the public after the agreements. And he probably even told some stuff he didn't maybe tell them. So he says that shit. And Greg Kading, he said I didn't think that he was doing anything wrong at first. He said I was a little surprised though that he was doing interviews. He said, but then I started talking with somebody else and they said, well, those proffer agreements only applied to this and that. He said, now he's going out there on a public record and announcing that he has no protection. And they said, you know what, we're going to get his ass. And they indicted him. And now he's trying to pull Diddy on it, saying Diddy supposed to pay him for killing Tupac. And apparently the money went to somebody that was supposed to go to Keith, and Keith didn't get a goddamn dime of it. I don't even think he got any of it.
Right. He hasn't gotten any money.
But see, Keefy didn't shoot Tupac. He just made sure to give the gun to Orlando, who shot him. Keefy's the only person that's still alive besides Suge in that whole ordeal. It's just Suge and Keefy D.
Yeah, they're all ratting each other out.
They need to. Yeah, I never thought I'd see this. Like when I was a lot younger, I used to think like, oh man, I was like, this stuff is so deep. Like when I first started getting onto YouTube in like 8th grade, I said, man, this Tupac shit, dude. Like, I was like, ain't nobody ever gonna figure that out. And to think that a decade or two, 12, 13 years later, they're gonna end up finally arresting the guy. Shit. I never saw that coming. You think he's gonna end up getting convicted?
Oh, I think a bunch of people are going to get convicted.
You think they're going to give,
including Diddy?
Do you think Diddy is going to be given? Because he rejected a plea deal. Now I don't know, since he's already elected to go to trial. I'm not sure if there's any way he could still somehow work out a plea deal at this point, because at this point they're looking to get the jury to find him guilty and maybe even let the jury recommend the sentence. I don't know how they do it. Some places they let the jury vote too on what sentence they should get, but I don't know if New York's one of those places or not.
It's very democratic, so probably.
I mean, usually the judge is the one that decides your sentencing, but they do it by a sentencing report. They look at your past criminal history, see what your rating is and all that. And then they go by the facts of the case. You know, like Judge Boyd, she's one of those ones where the state might say, you know, he needs 4 years. She looks at the freaking affidavit and sees that, like, you know, you put a kid in danger and all this crazy shit. She probably gonna end up turning around giving your ass 6 to 8 years. I mean, that's just how Judge Boyd rolls. She don't fucking follow no damn recommendation. She gives what she thinks you need. That's one judge.
Didn't they go after J-Lo too?
J-Lo. I haven't heard about J-Lo being gonna be in the trial, but she's definitely been in a list of names that have been brought up.
Yeah, she's a bunch of people.
There's a rumor that who was it? Jimmy Kimmel asked fucking Diddy this, and when he did, fucking Diddy was like, "Man, I thought we was friends, Jimmy. What the fuck is going on?"
For the first time after 2 days on the stand in direct Ventura.
Pretty well today. Seems to
this motherfucker.
His chest when he made eye.
You see how he looks right here? He's got a full black goatee, full black hair. Like, he looks like he's in his 40s right there. He don't look as old, like he's actually older though, I think.
Contact with them and then been
ever since he's been locked up.
Everything.
All these little things they painted him and shit.
Well, they don't. He doesn't have his. He doesn't have his people. You know, color his beard and paint his toenails and give him baby oil. You don't have nobody no more. Now he's the bitch.
Right here. Here's a breakdown. Gray hair. Multiple sources in Newsweek has noted Diddy's hair, both on his head and his beard, has turned gray. This is a departure from his public image because he doesn't have access to his hair dye and shit. Hair dye is not allowed in there, so he wasn't even able to get it for trial. They wouldn't even let him use hair dye to, you know. The gray hair is noticeable because it was a contrast starkly from his previous appearance. In addition to gray hair, also mentioned Diddy appeared gaunt, bloated, potentially due to the jail diet and stress. Gray hair seems to be most consistently and widely reported detail about his appearance. So yeah, dude, that shit's aged him. I don't think people realize that. He ain't been in there that long, but it's already taken probably a year off his life or more.
Let's. I mean, he's not young. He's not young anymore. You know.
No.
He doesn't have the dye. You don't have people giving him fades every day. You know.
Yep.
Of course, he must be stressed to the limit. You know.
I guarantee.
But he should be.
He probably weekly either went somewhere or even had a stylist come to him that would dye his stuff regularly and all that. And he's not, you know, he's not getting any of that. I don't think it's set in with him yet that he's not probably leaving there. Like, I don't think it's really set in that at the very least. I mean, if he only got away with 10 years, I'd be surprised. Like, if he got 20 years, I would be surprised and considered he got blessed. 25 or more, though, is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting him to get 25 or more, without a doubt. It just, I mean, a lot of people say, well, how can you prove that it's sex trafficking? Well, I mean, flying prostitutes across state lines, I guarantee you just about damn near all performers do that, because if they want to party with some girls, you know, if there's none local, like, I don't know.
Right.
It's just weird. I guess you don't need to be doing that, though. Yeah, keep in mind, all celebrities,
from now on, if you
Yeah,
want to have a freak
he's gonna
off
be
or
broke
swinger,
pretty soon.
if you want to be in the swinger lifestyle, the best thing to do is to fucking keep it local. If you can't find any local fucking consensual adults, you know, that are willing and wanting, you know, if you've got to fly them across state lines, that's no, no.
All right.
I mean, that's what people should do. I mean, Chris, I mean, like, I'm not advocating for the use of prostitutes or nothing, but if you're a celebrity and you're living in that lifestyle, don't be dumb like Diddy, and don't freaking, uh, you know, get people that don't like. I don't know. A lot of people have said that he bullied them, threatened to release stuff if they didn't keep doing it. Like, that might be how they get the trafficking part. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna prove it. I really don't. Cassie
Yeah.
wouldn't help herself because Cassie said
Well,
that she didn't like
there's
the
a
freak
lot
offs,
of.
and then she
There's
said
got
that
to
she
be a
did
lot
like
of
the freak
rats.
offs. Yeah, but the defense can't really cross-examine her that great, and now I think she's done finally with all her stuff, so they're not going to be able to cross-examine her no more. But when they were, I watched this channel that said, man, can you imagine being his defense attorneys? They are walking on eggshells trying not to come off like dickheads to Cassie because she's sitting up there pregnant, and they do not want to be aggressive towards her and piss that jury off. I mean, Mark Geragos was like, why didn't you leave? If you didn't like the freak offs, why didn't you leave? And she said, oh, I felt scared or whatever. But I just, I don't know. If they don't have any messages or anything, voicemails from Diddy threatening stuff, if she tried to leave or not do something, like, I think they really need that. I don't know. Because that's kind of conflicting, her saying, well, I wasn't cool with him, but I was cool with him because I wanted to be close to him, and he seemed to really enjoy that. Well, you're kind of saying that you didn't want to do it, but then you did do it because you wanted approval from him. That's not, to me, that doesn't seem like he's forcing her. Yeah, I don't know. I've been really listening to this stuff, Trock. It's interesting, man. It's freaking interesting.
Well, I'd like to see some justice.
Yeah, me too. You know, like I'm not so sure. You know, Bieber posted something the other day where he was eating cheese pizza, a piece of cheese pizza, honestly,
Yeah.
and he had, like, I think a hashtag or something that basically they could tell he was referencing Diddy and talking about the Diddy and Holly weird crap at large. And somebody was speculating. They said, you know, like, with the pizza, like, is he trying to say that, hey, they do shit with kids too? That's what people are thinking that Justin's saying, is like, they do shit with kids. Because I watched a YouTube interview with this girl that said she was, you know, approached to be Diddy's entourage and be at his party. She went to one of the parties, and she said that she saw nothing. She said all these little people. She's like, I was wondering if they was midgets at first, but then I got a closer look at them. She said they were kids, and she said I don't mean teenagers. She's like, I'm talking about like fourth grade, maybe fourth. You know, she's like, it's almost like they was up on this little platform stage area. Like, she's like, I wondered. I asked myself, I was like, are they doing a drag show or what the fuck? They're like, they're dressed up and shit.
He was grooming them, probably. Who the hell knows? They're all sick bastards.
She said Diddy got up close to her and, you know, was asking her how he liked her house. Did she want to go around and have like a private tour? And she said when she said when he said that, he patted me, you know, and kind of like gave me a smile, like, you know. And she said, I definitely felt something. I was like, no, I'm okay for right now. But she said, and at that moment, Cassie comes up, and she's like, and she swore, she's like, Cassie come off jealous.
Really? Wow.
And Diddy fucking pushed her away. She said Diddy pushed her away, like, get the fuck out, you know.
I'm trying to do
And
something.
now this is little kids you're talking about?
No, this is a woman that was trying to be an entertainer in some way.
When she was young, you mean?
Yeah, and she
I
was
see.
invited over there.
Mhm.
She knew this prince. There was this Middle Eastern guy that referred to him as a prince. Her friends referred to him as a prince.
Oh,
He dressed
Saudi.
like Saudi type prince or whatever.
Mhm.
And she said he had, seemed to have money and everything else. And him and Diddy was telling me like they want me to, get these bitches in line and shit. She's like, I almost feel like they was trying to see how I was gonna respond and if they could traffic me as well. Like she thinks that they was trying to traffic her. But this is the I'll show you this chick real quick.
Probably.
For people that want to see it.
He's in the
Hold
news
on, I got a
of
call.
all the scandal.
And they didn't believe me. But when it
Sorry, take your time with your call, Chris. There's no rush, bro. I'll be here. Take
You
your
were doing
time.
this interview and you mentioned something about
I accidentally mentioned it too. Like it slipped out
P. Diddy.
about P. Diddy.
You went to one of his parties.
Yeah. Crazy party.
And he's in the news now because of all the scandal.
And they didn't believe me. But when it started coming out, people were like mentioning me like, you were telling the truth about it. And I'm like, duh, I'm not gonna lie about something like that. And I kind of like tried to brief.
Somebody said, I'm glad she was brave enough to say that there were children there. I don't know who this woman is. Like, I have no idea what, like, is she an artist? Was she a model? She probably done a little bit of maybe who knows? I don't know. Trying to see her name, Tania, who shares her story of going to one of P. Diddy's freak off parties in 2018. Let's see, who is this chick? Interview with Tania. I want to know, is any of this confirmed? Like, is there any news or anything of anybody else that confirms she definitely was there? I mean, I'm not implying she's lying. I just want to double, you can't be too careful these days. I'm sure somebody has come out trying to get a lawsuit or something that might have been at Diddy's party for a little bit, but like didn't stay for the whole thing. There's people like that try to get a payday, especially when they see tons of other people are getting money out of it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't justify it by saying, well, he's got to be guilty on some of the crap, but it's just too much, so fuck him. No, that ain't. This chick, who the fuck is she? Like, I'm sorry.
Because at this point, I'm just like, okay, enough is enough. We're going shopping. We're not doing nothing. And I'm really kind of getting mad because I'm like, we just keep on picking up more and more girls. And just as a girl myself, I don't want too many girls around because then are you going to do what you say you were going to do for me? Like, I don't want the promises to start to change. So when a week go by, where are we going to have in? And then, mind you, I'm like, so you said we were only staying for 2 weeks, right? So what are we going to do in the next few days before I go home? Don't worry about it.
Tania Wallace, it says she is a aspiring singer-songwriter. Okay. She has released music and collaborated with artists like YG, I Made It, God Is My Witness, Little Secret. She's also appeared in Tubi special, The Downfall of Diddy, Inside the Freak Offs, where she shared a story about a Diddy party. Diddy's legal team has denied Tania's claim about the party. Oh. Huh. So they responded. I just want to know. I'd like to be for sure, like, know for a fact that this woman definitely was around Diddy. So I've gotten really interested in this Diddy case. Like, probably going to be covering it
they're a neighbor
definitely
you like.
the whole
Next,
time.
they're a neighbor you trust.
The whole time.
No problem.
1 second, you're worrying about your home. And then,
The crap, man.
thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to let others in with trusted neighbor
There we
from
go.
ADT.
Yeah.
And I want to start with Tania Wallace, who claims she's been at a freak off and said she saw children, and it was hard for her to say it.
It was very hard for her to say it, Ashley. So what she said was that she was flown out from LA to Miami by the Saudi prince. And they ended up eventually on Star Island at one of Diddy's parties. She says, you know, among many other things, I mean, she goes into detail. This, she says, happened in 2018. She says that she walked into the house and there was a cluster of adults around what she described as little people. And they were dressed up as Japanese Barbies. I forgot the name. It's Eric something. You can help me out here. It's a certain type of Barbie. Anyway.
Hentai.
I know.
Oh
the name,
my
but I've
God.
forgotten it. But go ahead.
So she
Better.
explained
You-
that
they had these people. What? They had them at Diddy's party dressed as frick. No.
I've forgotten it. But go ahead.
Anyway,
I know the name, but I've forgotten it. But
it's a certain type of Barbie. Anyway, it's a certain type of Barbie. Barbies. I forgot the name. It's Eric something. You can help me out here. It's a certain type of Barbie. Anyway.
Have you ever been to any of those parties?
Who?
You ever go to any of them parties?
What parties? I don't know fucking Diddy. I don't have no
Those-
freaking. I don't have any type of
all
clout
right,
to
I
ever
don't
have
know.
gone to Diddy's party. No, I've never been to a freak off party.
I don't,
Hell
wait,
no.
no, wait. I don't think you need any type of clout.
The
Well, hold
closest
on a
thing I
second.
ever had, the closest thing I ever got to on any of that is me and some buds and friends, like me, my friend A, and then we went down to Arkansas to hang out with his friend D, and he had a chick that was coming over for him, and there was two other chicks, so went for Andrew, but I mean, we got real fucked up, and essentially both me and Andrew ended up like switching. Like we just kind of like had like a freaking orgy, whatever. I mean, but not an orgy in the sense that everybody, like we didn't hang out with D. D was in another room, and me and Andrew wasn't in the same room, but like we was in different rooms, and we came out. And when we came out, smoked and everything else, these girls straight up was like, you know, like tugging on, then the girl that I was at first with was tugging on Andrew and vice versa. That was a weird ass freaking time, dude. I was really shy as crap. Like I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Pretty embarrassing in a way. Yeah. Weird time. Weird time. It's even weirder when you're experimenting with stuff. And my friend A and his friend D from Arkansas, who I didn't know, like I didn't go to school with him or anything, but my friend A at one time did grow up and go to school in Arkansas. So that's how he knew this dude. So since it was only like an hour or so away from where we lived, we drove down there and hang out that weekend. But yeah, it was it was crazy because at any point in time then, like I'm surprised that I didn't get crazy hooked or start on something that I couldn't stop then. because everything I tried and experimented with, it wasn't an everyday thing. It just wasn't. Like, I remember the first time that I actually saw in my own eyes, like, cocaine. But you think like that stuff was hell no. Nobody could get that stuff that regularly unless they were, selling drugs or knew somebody close with it. You just, the only thing we was used to doing on a regular basis was smoking weed. I mean, that was just it. That's what you did. You did that, smoked cigarettes, and if you're lucky, if certain persons around, this is available, what have you, you might go to a get together on the weekend and somebody pull out some crazy crap like I remember when LSD got pulled out in Nashville. I wasn't all gung ho to jump on board that train. My buddy C, he's like, dude, are you kidding? He's like, this is once in a lifetime opportunity, man. He said, this is what the government was giving people, make them see what they saw in the spiritual world and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all that. Probably just a conspiracy. And then his dumb ass told me, but maybe you shouldn't though. You don't want to end up being one of them guys that takes his clothes off and thinks he can jump off a building and not get hurt. I'm like, oh, so that happens. And this chick was like, don't listen to him. Shut up. Like, no one's ever done that. Not. And if they had, they must have taken who God knows what. So we was gonna get one apiece. They wanted $20 a pop. Of course, my friend C, who was a thief and didn't mind stealing from me, decided because he had to go to the bathroom and do something else, and he was trying to catch up with this person and get to talking with them before they got around someone else at this party. I'll leave it at that. So he gave me his money and told me that when those, when she's got them, grab R2 and bring me mine, please. And I said, all right. And I had every intention to at first. And then she approached me and, you know, and I'm a minor, and crap, but I'm driving at least. I'm 16 and I've got my own car. So I get both of them and I'm looking at them and I'm thinking to myself, and I have the flashback of my money that I knew exactly where I put in my car and how it, come up missing. And he really tried to get me to just assume and think, oh, well, the guy in the back seat must have done it. And I thought that was screwed up because, I mean, the dude was African American and he was pretty solid dude. I never had any issues with him. So I said, you know what, fuck it. I popped them both. And some time went by. Chris started looking around for me and stuff. And I was like, hey, what are you? He's like, uh, she said, you got them. Where am I at? I was like, in my belly. And probably currently getting processed into my liver to be absorbed. And he said, you fucking little punk bitch. I was like, how the fuck you gonna do that? You robbed me. I was like, well, I guess now we're even. You robbed me, I robbed you. Although, actually, I said to him, I didn't technically rob you. You told me to do something. You gave me money voluntarily. I didn't promise it. I said, yeah, okay. So I guess you could take that as misleading. But when I said, yeah, okay, I told him, I said, I wasn't planning on doing this. I got him in my hand and I just handed off the money and I could not help but think of that $20 you stole and tried to put it off on freaking what's his fucking name? Well, Perkins. You tried to put it off on Perkins, and he said you're still holding on to that old check. I was like, I'm not holding on to it. I'm like, it's just a fact. Like, you never did. I mean, I've never seen you try to give me my $20 back. I was like, truthfully, I probably should have snatched the $20 from you off rip and said, you owe me this. I was like, hell, who knows? Maybe if you had actually, paid me, even if it was your last 20 that you had, who's to say I wouldn't have turned around and spent it on something for you and but it didn't work out that way. No, you just demanded and expect. I get that for you. And I was going to. And I started thinking about, like, I'm taking orders from somebody that robbed me here just a week ago. I didn't give a crap if he was technically in the program we was in and stuff. He was a rank above me, but he wasn't platoon leader. I was. And I told him, tough titty, Miss Kitty. He's like, I ought to punch you. I'm like, you go ahead and you punch me after I've taken the shit that I've just taken. I'm like, I don't know what it'll do to me. I said, but I can guarantee you there's a very small, slim chance that I will act like normal Willie. So don't think you're going to do something to me and I'm just going to, because back then I probably would take a bunch of abuse from people. I know I would. And it's just that I had been through so much bullying. I knew all the different, like, you either have the ignoring way, you have the confrontation way. And at that point, I'd been through confrontation. I'd been through all of it, but I just got to the point where I just didn't let them know that it got to me, And of course, what's his name's got to get me back, right? So he feeds me a line of bullshit about something. I go get money out of my car. I'm asking him. He's like, all right. He's like, he's coming down here. He's like, but he don't know you. He said, just wait there in the stall. And, as soon as I closed that stall door, I swear I heard, and then I heard, got you, bitch. And I was like, I screamed his name. Jake ran up out that stall and he was gone, man. He got little, just disappeared. And I said, this son of a bitch. I said, I cannot believe I fucking let that. It had been probably a good month or two, Like, that was the last thing on my mind. Like, okay, I got to be wary because anytime he approaches me on something, it's probably going to be a gimmick. No, my dumb ass just went through the motions. You might say we kind of acted more like brothers, but I mean, if it's the type of brothers that don't give a shit and would beat up on one another as well, lie, cheat. I mean, I had been there for him so much. I mean, I really felt bad, like, because he was adopted, you know. He came from California, and the way his family was not anyway like the
family I was raised in. I remember one time his stepmother kind of confronting me and him saying, you know, like talking about smoke, and I explained to her, you know, my stepmom, whatever, smokes, and oh, Ian, we know you both do, you know. Yeah, I mean, you might smell like smoke if you're around it, but you wouldn't have that strong. She's like, you know, we know better. I shook my shoulders. I said, whatever you say, ma'am. I'm not trying to argue with you. Remember, his dad took us to go see Saw 5, the one where you see fucking Jigsaw on the damn autopsy table. Anywho, I told him, I said, they would just do things like make sure and go out of their way to eat together, but without him. He would always have a plate saved, covered. You know, it wouldn't be fresh. You'd have to reheat it. And he'd eat alone. And when he told me that, the cynic in me almost felt like this dude's just trying to get some sympathy, probably. And I'll never forget how much of a shithead I felt like when I went over to his house to stay the night one weekend. And he said, watch this. He said, we left at such and such. He said, usually they would have just started dinner like right now or 15 minutes ago at least. He said, no calls. Like, I didn't get a phone call. And he's like, when we go in here, if they're eating, watch how they don't tell you or me to sit down. But he's like, man, they'll tell you to sit down. I don't know. He's like, then again, you with me, probably not. We walked in, sure as shit, they was eating. And there was no empty plates or chairs emptied and prepared like for Chris and his school friend that's staying the weekend. Nothing at all. I just kind of quickly glanced, walked around, I got myself something to drink, and Steve was just like, just going on up to my room, don't say anything or start anything. I started going up, and I could hear them saying, you guys not gonna let us know when y'all are eating and stuff? And they said, oh, we made you guys something. You know, once we get done, you guys can. And a part of me almost felt like walking down them steps and walking around and being like, and I probably would have got myself kicked out, but oh well, I probably should have. I felt like wanting to say to them, what do you mean you fixed us something? But we got to wait till y'all get done eating. There was like 3 more spaces where people could sit down at this table too. It's not like, you know, that they had all the chairs filled or some shit. I didn't walk back down there though. He came up and he said, he's like, me and you got a chicken strip and such a plate. I was like, but they're eating spaghetti. He's like, yeah, they're eating spaghetti. He's like, now you know how I live. And I said, why did that? I was like, I don't get this, man. I was like, this is really fucked up. He said, you don't have any idea. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I don't want to get all into it, but he said, you have no idea. And I felt bad. Like, I felt bad getting on to him over the money. I felt bad stealing back from him in his face. One time I'd even said, you know, like, I come and pick you up every day and stuff. I'm like, I mean, you know, I ain't never heard you try to pitch in on gas or anything.
I was like, I mean, it's not like I would expect a lot, but I pick you up and our other 3 buddies up. And yeah, y'all are in the same area, but all of y'all are kind of zigzagged apart from one another a bit. And, I said, shit, I at least go 20, 30 miles out of my way every day, round trip, picking y'all up and taking y'all home. And one of my friends said, well, wait a second, wasn't that your idea to begin with? I said, yeah, sometimes. And I didn't come every day, but then y'all started calling me, and he's like, and I was like, calling me about coming over early, maybe getting breakfast and smoking, be so early that we could eat breakfast, smoke, chill for a second, then drive to school without being in a rush. And so we started doing that, and that's when I started going up, all the time. He's like, so you came because you wanted to come over and smoke. He's like, I didn't. I was like, but that's not fair, y'all. Like, if I'm picking y'all up all the time, surely sometimes y'all could pitch in on gas. And some would. There's always that one person that just never could, though, But you could literally, I mean, that's one of my challenges probably is seeing the downside way too clearly and before focusing on or taking anything else in. Like I get way too caught up in the negative aspects of things. Like something may have actually way more positive traits than the bad ones, but if the bad ones are that bad enough to me, I can probably argue it the other way around. That while there may be more like positive stuff, the few these few negative things that are in here came off as powerful. People are going to say, bullshit. You're not psychic. No, I don't think I'm psychic. I never claimed to be. I think I've experienced psychic phenomena, like having a feeling in my gut about something, not listening to it, thinking like, when stuff like that would happen, I'd question, like, am I paranoid? Or is this really, or is it just worry? And I said, forget it. It's probably just nervousness. Yeah, I'll come pick you up. Pick the guy up. Drive across state lines. Oh, need to go to Walmart. Stop. Park. Light up a cigarette. While they go in, they come out. Take off. Go across the street. Stop at Kroger, nearest cheapest gas place. Got the $20 I was promised for gas. I think I put just 10 of it in my car because I wasn't that empty. Kept the other 10 in my pocket. Drove us back to Missouri. Month goes by. Ian? Morning. Yes, sir. Ian, there's a sheriff's deputy here for you. Apparently, you've got a warrant for you out of Tennessee. And I said, out of Tennessee? I said, well, I guess we got to go figure this out. He's like, there ain't nothing to figure out. He said, they got it here. He said, your bond's $10,000. And I said, what? I got a bond? He's like, yeah, you're charged with that. I was like, what is it? He said, I think it's fraud. I said, fraud? I'm not even no fraud. I can get dressed and everything.
I could see out the corner of my eye, like one of the deputies was down at the bottom of our long hallway, just kind of looking over. Probably because I got, like a little high pitched in my voice. He probably wondering, like, is he okay? You're not freaking out, is he? Trying to run. I went in there, brushed my teeth, they let me get ready, and I got in the car and I got told that I don't know he's like, you don't have any idea or want to tell me anything? I said, I have no idea, Grandpa. I said, I've got no earthly idea. I said, have I ever been in trouble like this? He's like, no, you haven't. I was like, I pride myself on that, especially after, because I had a firsthand audience experience with my brother and his legal issues. Yeah, it didn't look fun. Did not look fun. And he had a friend that was drunk driving and ran over a child, killed him. And and you guys, your blood's gonna boil on this, and it should. And I'm not saying somebody that's friends with us now, like back when he was in high school, he knew this guy, was friends with him. My brother did. Well, dude was driving, fucked up. Probably, I think he was on drink and some drugs, like Xanax stuff. Because way back in those days, a lot of people I know that were older than me or in my brother's group, their thing was, Xanax, alcohol, weed. Like that was the shit back then for them. And he ran over that kid on a bicycle. And I shit you not, I think he only got 5 years. And I don't think he served the whole 5 years. And I'll never make sense of it. Like he killed a child that was riding a bike in rural Missouri. That's all right, man. I hate that you had to run, and I'm sorry, man. I'm like a fucking lawnmower. I know. Once my mouth gets going on a subject I'm interested in, and I could be coming to the end of it. And when I get to the end of something, usually my mind's picking up something else, and I just go on and on and on. And so next time, man, just say, yo, or hey, square, whatever. Do something to break me up and let me know you're leaving so I could, give you a proper goodbye. I hate people having to run off like that. But if it was sudden or whatever, I understand. Shit, sometimes that happens. I gotta jump off places sometimes suddenly. Okay. So back to they like to hold on to this phone call like it's some fucking victory, first of all. Second of all, I saw a different rumor going around that Kayla tried to get me to get a divorce, which is a lie. She's never tried to get me to get a divorce. She's never said, hey, I've got $50 right here. I'm ready to put in on the divorce. Can you meet the rest? If she'd just come with me to me with only $20, I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm not gonna maybe say something sarcastic or smart ass, like really just $5, like, because I think it's $100 flat to do a non-contested divorce here. And I don't even know how that works since we weren't married here. We were married in Los Angeles. So I don't even know how. Well, apparently, Workyverse sent her like $400 to $500 donations. Let's say just 4. That would still leave her $300 to do with whatever the fuck she pleased. And again, she didn't have to pay for it all. she could have fairly said, "Hey, you know what? Uh, just because maybe she would never do this, but in an alternate universe, maybe she'd say, here's $60. I gave you $10 more than half because you did pay for a lot of things, what have you, but we need to get this done. Will you meet the rest of it? $40? Why not? I mean, why would I want to refuse to unmarry this person? They're not with me. I'm not in love with them anymore like I once was. The cheating and the jumping on multiple different dicks since then, and the fact that people in my own community that know me and knows that, hey, that was Ian's wife at one time. I seen one of them here a while back at the dispensary. They date somebody that Kayla dated after we split up a few years afterwards. And now, she's not with him, but he's with somebody I know. And I got talking with her and I said, how's so and so doing? I said, good, good. I was like, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I was like, you remember who I was married to, don't you? And she's like, oh my God, yes. She's like, Ian, what were you think? She's like, she's not even really your type. I was like, nah, shit. I mean, I was like, I'm not no fucking golf, but at the same time, like, a nose ring didn't bother me or a Monroe piercing or whatever. Like, I'm like, she didn't dress up in all black and all black eyeliner and shit. I mean, like, there was times she wore dresses and stuff. Like, she wasn't a set style. She wasn't that rigid. One day she might dress like a hippie. Next day she might dress, I don't know, casual. Fuck. But it's just insane. So yeah, I'd have no problem pitching in for the divorce. And you might say, well, why don't you just deal with it? After all, you are the man. Yeah, well, I married this person with the sole intention of keeping my vows. For better, for worse, till death do us part, to honor, to love, to cherish, to support, be there for, take care of when sick, be honest about anything and everything. Well, when she done things like cheat on me and committed physical violence against me in the back of my head, and then try to cry and act like the victim because, I mean, it's involuntary reaction. Like, I didn't turn around and say, all right, you done it now, and then intently rear back or something and hit her. No, it was simply, well, I'm taking this since you decided to smoke all my stuff, and without waking me up even or nothing. I was like, I got that for us for driving back home today with, so we could have some without having to immediately go home and then try to frickin', find some. I was like, but you had your own plans. So I said, I'm going to make sure I take this and go replace it before we get out of here. And I turned around and it just must have enraged her because I said, now you're going to understand what it's like to, actually work and pitch in instead of just mooching off of me or, anybody else. And she got really mad when I said that. I think I touched it. It had to do with when we were still in Missouri, a family member brought it up and said, well, I notice he's working, but I don't see you trying to step up and work. And she said, well, I don't have a car. And at first I was like, yeah, well, she's got a point. And then they fired back with, surely you guys wouldn't work
necessarily at the exact same time. Maybe it could work to where he could pick you up and drop you off, or vice versa. Or some days you drop him off, and other days he does it. One of you keep the car, and the other one, you know. I was like, might work. And she said, yeah, okay, I didn't think of that, but you know, like, why are you in our, you know, in our business or whatever? It's almost like you're trying to. Dude's like, oh no. He's like, don't be throwing your own feelings of thoughts on me. He said, those are thoughts you're having right now, because you know as well as I do that for 8 months he's worked and you hadn't tried to work at all. Like, you were moving, your parents got divorced. I get you not working then, but you've been with Ian now and you got everything you need. Like, I mean, you know, one income is one, he said, but if you had an income and everything got spent out of Ian's or whatever, or y'all did it out of both, y'all would have some money left over you could save. And I'm like, you know, he's actually right. And then he's like, you know, go fly McDonald's, Burger King. And Kayla kind of like shook her head, like, all right, yeah. I mean, like, those are. She's like, that's all good ideas, like that, you know. She's like, I'm not gonna lie and say that I've already done any of that or what have you. I haven't. She's like, I will. And I thought to myself, no, you won't. And I said, but I'm not gonna nag you. I said, I'm only gonna remind her one time randomly, and I'm not gonna do it first thing tomorrow or whatever. I waited a couple days. I noticed one day she was on Indeed looking at stuff. And I said, anything besides those temporary farm jobs we looked at last time? Nope. Literally nothing else was new added besides factory work, which was out of state a little bit. And that was the day where I went through my phone and I came across Stephen Levine's number and realized that's the guy that tried to recruit me 2 years ago in Nashville. And I thought about it, didn't say a word, and then I finally went to Kay and I was like, I got an idea and it's definitely unique. I was like, and it could possibly involve us getting the hell out of here and having a change of scenery, starting life over somewhere new. Like, you know, I'm listening. And I explained Scientology and Sea Org and all that. She had gotten to talk with Eric's, what's his name, his dad already, as well as my friend's father, you know, his dad, his business partner, the one that I've kind of looked up to and seen as my mentor since I was in my teens. In different things, like going to him to ask him stuff that, you know, when younger, I would ask my own culture or people. But I mean, it's almost like I could have chose to ignore it and not even see what it's about and see what it offers and stick with my own culture and ideas and the way we do things. But I'm glad that I'm really, really glad, blessed, thankful to meet such different, unique people. Come from the same planet, yet so many fundamental things that people may think can only be done one or two ways, but can be done another way. And wouldn't you know it, like that way
doesn't leave any mess or freaking crap to clean up. I mean, just so much stuff. So she spoke with him, and after she thought on it, we pretty much came to the decision she asked. And I was like, I think I want to do it, but only if, you know, you want to. And I said, you know, we can always come back home. I was like, they're not going to keep us. I was like, there's a lot of stories of people being kidnapped and forced to stay there, but I was like, they're not going to do that. And so, because of a lack of jobs and because of just boredom, I mean, by that time, man, we were tired of Missouri. Okay. Our events, our hanging out, our getting out and doing stuff socially with people mainly was nothing more than go to so and so's house, hang out, match, smoke, you know, blunts, weed, what have you. Occasionally, maybe party, drink a little bit, or what have you, pop. And that's it. Of course, you could be like my dumbass and not realize you're a lightweight, and therefore you pass out. Not at a stranger's house, but for all intents purposes, it's only an acquaintance. It's only somebody you barely know that you met through your, you know, girl and her friends. And not to mention, you are on a sketchy side of town, which I was. And I woke up to this fucking apartment, empty and quiet as shit. I looked around and looked over at the couch. There was no, like, oh, Kayla wasn't there with me that evening. That's right. But there was no Deanna. There was no Jay. I didn't see the other white girl or Jay's girlfriend. I'm looking around. I don't want to yell, but I said, hello? Everybody gone? You know, and I started to lean forward like I was about to get up. Next thing you know, the door just gets pushed open. And I turned around, and as I turn around, I see one come in, and behind him, I could see another. All three guys in ski masks. And they come in, and they're like, stay on that couch. You know, like they grab me by my shoulder and they keep your head forward. And when they put my head forward with their hand, or not with their hand, they pointed my head, you know, had their gun pointed in the direction against my head and told me to keep it down. You know, don't be looking around. Don't be trying to look at us. They said, what you got in them pockets? Like, get your wallet out first. Load. I got my wallet out. I said, I got $50. And I gave them the $50 and they said, let me see your wallet. And they went, they checked through the rest of it. They gave it back. I put it in my pocket. I then said, they're like, no. Pull that pocket out. And then the other one. Sometimes y'all be tucking your money up in your socks and stuff. I pulled my pocket out. And the other one, I pulled it out and realized, oh, there's my cell phone. I didn't think nothing of it. I sat it down. As I was sitting it down, I was about to let go. His hand got on top of mine. I was like, whoa. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, give me this phone, man. He's like, I'm not playing with it. And he pointed the gun, pressed it up against my head. I'm like, all right. He's like, give me the phone. I'm like, dude, it's a cheap ass phone. I was like, I've got a bunch of stuff in there I don't want to lose. He's like, yeah, life's a bitch. He's like, there's a bunch of stuff I ain't want to ever lose too. He's like, but I guess we just gonna have to deal with it. I was like, God damn, man. Next thing you know, they're like, is that everything else? They're like, don't make us have to get you like butt naked. Like when they said that, I was like, oh my fucking God. So I kick off my shoes. Like they didn't even tell me to, but I kicked off my shoes like in an angry manner. I took my shirt off. I freaking pulled my wallet out and slammed it on the ground. I grabbed my jacket and I slammed it on the ground.
And I grabbed my key. I said, "Here are my car keys." I was like, "That's everything." I was like, "Now, if y'all want to see my ass or my balls, I'll be happy to strip for you." I was like, "Cause I ain't trying to get shot, but that's everything." And they said, "All right, hold on." And they grabbed my key. I was like, "Are you gonna steal my car?" He's like, "No." He's like, "I'm not gonna steal your car." He's like, "Don't worry." He's like, "But I am gonna look through it though." So one of them went out there, went through my car. As I'm just sitting there, and the other ones are kind of sitting there talking, looking at stuff on their phone, and directing me to stop looking. Because every now and then I would look back, and they'd be like, "Stop looking at us. Like, you got a fucking mask on. I can't see who you are." And the voice, I couldn't tell the voices either. All I knew was it was 3 black dudes. I was like, but I couldn't help but shake the feeling like Kayla's friend brought me over here. I got introduced to this place by Kayla and a friend. I was like, where the fuck is I'm sitting here thinking, where's the homeowner? I was like, surely one of them isn't Jay. And I thought about it and I was like, no, I know his voice. So I didn't know what was going on. I was like, did they just leave me here because I was asleep? And I don't know, somehow these guys just decided to rob this place, and I happened to be like, my mind was racing a million miles a minute. And then they was like, all right. And they came over, they dropped the keys on me and said, put your head down, man, like between your legs, sort of like lean over, put your head between your legs, like you're looking down the ground like that. It's like, I want you to stay in this position and count to 10. Like when you get to 10, he's like, don't run out and try to see where we go. He's like, we see you behind us, we're gonna shoot you, man. He's like, I'm gonna shoot you. I ain't even playing. He's like, we're gonna get out of here. He said, you got your car. He's like, we ain't fuck it up that bad. There wasn't really anything in there to take, but we looked around. I'm sitting there thinking, oh great, so you probably fucking done it like the police usually do. You probably just threw shit around just to look, you know? Because when police would search your car, you think they'd go through your glove box all meticulously? Fuck no, they open that shit up, they grab all that shit and they throw it in the ground. And then they might dig through some of it to see you ain't got nothing tucked in an envelope or something. And then they look under the seats and everything else. I was like, God dang, man. Get out to my car, sure enough, yeah, it's a mess. But before I got out there, I was sitting there on the couch, and I didn't just count to 10, I counted to 20. And then I started to get up, and I said, well, I was like, I'm going home and never coming back here. And as I'm getting up to leave, the fucking bathroom door at the very end of this hallway, a light, I know that light just came on. It happened so quick, like I almost was thinking, has that light been on the whole time? I thought it was, but then when the door opened and I saw Jay, I was like, what? He's like, dude, what was all that shit going on? I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, he's like, I heard crap going on. I heard them, I heard people. I said, dude, I just got robbed. He's like, no. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, 3 dudes in damn ski masks just came in while I was asleep. Like, I just woke up. As soon as I wake up, a minute or two later, they barge in. I was like, they took my money. They went through my car outside. He's like, they take it. I was like, no, they didn't take my car. They went through it. He's like, what'd they get? I was like, they got $50. He's like, damn. He's like, you have weed and shit too? I was like, yeah, they got all that. I was like, but one thing they didn't get. And he's looking at me, and I reached into this little small compartment that you have in your jeans, and I grabbed what I had in there. I opened my hand up. It's like 8, probably 8, 10 milligram droves or whatever. I was like, they ain't get them though. He smiled. He's like, man, he's like, fuck them. He's like, you money and shit, man. Like, trying to give me sympathy. And at that moment when he done that, and the way he looked and kind of had like a little smirk, almost like Duper's delight, I looked at him and I said, dude, how in the fuck are you telling me you was in that bathroom this whole time? He's like, yeah. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, dude, I'm taking a shit. I'm like, of course. Like, what else you gonna say? I said, so you didn't hear none of that? He's like, no, I heard some of it, and it scared the shit out of me. I was like, I thought you had a strap. He's like, it's not that I don't have one. He's like, but I don't have one on me all the time. He's like, shit. He's like, I've been in trouble, you know. He's like, I'm not technically supposed to have one, but you got to do what you got to do. He's like, I'm definitely gonna have one here all the time now. And when he said that, I thought to myself again. I said, this fucker set me up. I was like, yeah, there's just no way. Ain't nobody when their apartment's being robbed and potential people being robbed. And I mean, he could have had stuff being taken out of like really quickly. I looked around. I noticed he was kind of like acting a little nervous. I said, man, it's late. This is fucked up. I'm gonna head on out. And I shook his hand in a very superficial way, just kind of like slapped it and shit and said later. And I walked down, got in my car, and he's like, well, he found out they took my cell phone too, and he's like, well, man, you can get another one of those. I was like, yeah, but I'll never be able to get all the stuff I had on it. He's like, what'd you have on it? I said, oh, just every picture we took when we went to LA, everything else I had of my wife and me, past 2 years, contacts, messages. I'm like, it's all gone. I begged him not to take it. I was like, that's my phone, man. I'm like, you know, they didn't give a shit. I told him, I said, that thing's not even worth $50. You know, smart ass dude was like, who said we gonna sell it? Maybe we need a phone. And turns out, yeah, they needed a phone because they used my SIM card in that phone as long as they possibly could, come to find out. Like after it was stolen until I got it changed and all that, new SIM card, it was about a solid week and a half. Calls and text messages. We got our AT&T bill. We would always go over it, me and Grandma. And I noticed these text messages that I know I didn't send, and all these 870 numbers. I was like, that's them motherfuckers in Blyville that stole from me. I was like, they had the audacity to fucking use my phone. Ah, man. I was like, I wonder if I could. And I tried to see about maybe like that could help me track, but it was no. That's a no go, man. I I don't know why people think it's all right. As long as you have a GED, you're good. Like a GED is okay. It basically, nowadays some places I guess still call it GED, general education equivalent, high school equivalent, whatever. Some places call it a high set, which is I think higher institutional learning, something I don't know, but it's essentially the same thing, right? Saying you pass and would complete high school if not for being expelled, except whatever the story is. You know, I got behind my last 2 years, and I ended up when I got into that fight, I didn't have any desire to go back to my school, and so I attempted to finish off the year online, and I got up to the finals there. I simply, got asked if I could work, and I said, yeah, I wanted to make the money. And I was supposed to reschedule and go back and take my test, but I never did. I just procrastinated, let it go. So about a year and a half later, I'm in Missouri, and I'm talking to somebody, and they're showing me pictures of graduation in Missouri, that if I would have stayed here, I would have been a part of if I hadn't moved. And I saw their photos, and I got really jealous and felt like a failure. So I immediately got a hold of the state up in Cape Girardeau, excuse me, and figured out what I needed to do. Pretty much just had to go up there and take the damn thing, which I did. I could have studied for it. I think I did get a study packet, but I didn't do the study exam and all that crap. I went up there, I did it. I think they give you a point score, and that's probably like 20 or 30 points off from the highest or total score one can get. But again, that's still 20. So I was at about a B average, essentially. And that was when they were called high set. I don't even know if they still call them high set now, but that's what I have. My brother, he got a GED. I have a high set. Who knows? Maybe 2 years from now, there'll be online or high school competency exam, high school mastery exam. Who the fuck cares? I mean, I had someone try to give me shit about that one time, and I was like, I'm not worried about that. I'm like, although that was a disappointment, I know why I didn't finish school. And it didn't have nothing to do with me not being able to finish it. I just said, fuck it. Because when you get into a brawl with people that jump you and you have your shoes stolen off your feet, and then you're walking barefooted while handcuffed along with the people, not all, but some of the people that perpetrated the fight. But the main one who took your shoes is somewhere in the school. And school's going to be getting let out in about 45 minutes. So I knew time was of the essence. So I'm back there in the fucking office like, hey, blah, 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 holster. I need you to get him out of class before school ends and get my shoes from him. Please, he took them off my feet. Told the principal, told the cops, told the secretary, told random staff that, who knows what they were, substitutes or freaking teacher, I don't know. I'm telling everybody, and I'm sitting, I'm waiting, and I look up and I'm like, in 10 minutes the bell's gonna ring. I was like, there's no way they're getting my shoes. I was like, they're not. I realized right then they was never gonna try to get my shoes. At that time, they came out there with a freaking suspension little suspension slip talking about I'm suspended for this amount of days, do not return or I will be arrested and taken to Metro Nashville Juvenile Detention Center. The resource officer's name, etc. And then he brought up, he's like, so did you ever get your license plates changed? I hope so. He said, because if not, I might be towing your vehicle. You might not be driving out of here today. I said, the day you tow my vehicle because you don't like it has out of state plates when I'm a minor
and I can't register or change the registration. I said, the day you do that is the day you gonna make my day like fucking Clint Eastwood. All right. And my dad's. So, and I said, hey, and that's when I started beating on, not beating, but I took my finger, like tapping it on the desk, trying to get the attention of the principal and this fucking douchebag. And I said, hey, how come none of y'all ever went to go get so and so who's got my shoes? And I lifted my foot up, like, my shoes, things that I came to school in this morning that I don't have on my feet currently. And this fucker just copied what I did. He started tapping his finger, and then after he tapped it a few seconds, he said, hey, you're gone. And I was like, oh, okay. So he tells me to follow him, walks me all the way out to my car, gives me my little slip, my copy after I signed it. Although I told him, I said, I'm not signing that. He's like, if you don't sign it, he's like, you're not going to not sign it and show up and say, oh, I didn't understand. I didn't sign it. He's like, it don't work that way. I said, I'm not signing it, period, because you wouldn't get my fucking shoes. I was like, I'm barefoot. And the cop started to smirk, and I said, oh, it's funny, huh? I was like, it's funny. I said, what would happen if I tried to take your shoes off? He said, I don't suggest you try. And I was like, I'm just wondering. I mean, you know. And he's like, get out of here, don't come back in blah, blah, blah days. I said, I'll never be back to this fucking school. Ever. And he said, great. He's like, but you will end up getting in trouble for that tag out and about. I was like, if that's the case, then how come when I asked the cop that lives in our neighborhood, did I have anything to worry about? And he said, no, I don't know what that guy's problem is, but he must not like you. And he's like, dang, that guy sounds smart. And he smirked and walked away. I was like, ah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I don't like you too either, bitch. And I pulled out. I left school, drove to my friend's house, parked, opened my trunk because I knew I had an extra pair of shoes. Thank God I remembered. Got my shoes out on. And then I had to make a few phone calls and tell people I got suspended and how, why. Called my dad, and my dad said, right on. I mean, this is when my dad was like this. And I was like, right on. I'm like, I'm this close to finishing, and I'm telling you right now, like, I'm supposed to be first graduating class there in 2011. We're supposed to be, you know, we would be the first class. I said, now I don't even want to go back. And he's like, well, he's like, maybe you'll feel different. I said, no, Dad, I'm not. I was like, I don't want to go back. I was like, I'm pretty much humiliated. I mean, you know, I got the shit stomped out of me in the cafeteria, got my licks in, ended up throwing a fucking tray against this one guy's head and left a fucking knot on him the size like in those cartoons. I said, the only thing is, though, is I've got a nice, good black eye and a couple bumps on my head. He said, they didn't ask if you need to go to the hospital or anything? I was like, Dad, no, they wouldn't even get my fucking shoes from the guy that took them off my feet. He's like, wait a second. Somebody stole your shoes while you were fighting? He's like, how the fuck did that happen? I was like, oh, I don't know. I got knocked down to the ground and had 2, 3 people on top of me. And this little snake came around the side to the end where my feet was and just slipped them right off and ran away. I was like, he didn't even fight. He didn't ever throw a punch at me or nothing. He just was waiting. He saw an opportunity to take my shoes and he took them. He's like, but I thought that those wasn't your shoes. I was like, Dad, you're right. They weren't my shoes at first. They were C's. I said, but C told me I could wear them and borrow them. And then not only that, he apologized about stealing from me and said I could keep them, until he pays me back. He's like, how much does he owe? I was like, it's 25 bucks, but still. I was like, it's the principle. I was like, these shoes cost more than that. I'm sure they're Nikes, but they were Nike SBs to be exact. They were some really expensive shoes. And he took them off. I told Dad, I was like, I just might drive over to his subdivision. And he's like, what, stake him out, wait for him to show up and then jump on him? That's exactly what I ought to do, I told my dad. I was like, why not? I was like, he basically watched and helped. I mean, because he kind of did help stir up that fight. I started arguing with somebody. He got over in the circle. I said, it doesn't concern you. And he's like, man, I need my shoes, man. Give me back my shoes, dude. He's like, you're bullshitting. I'm like, did you pay me that money yet? You not remember your agreement? What you said? He's like, man, I need my shoes, man. He's like, they cost what? Way much more than what you're bitching and worried about. He's like, I don't even know why you're worried about it. You got plenty of money. I said, dude, don't ever assume how much money and shit I got. I was like, I'm not from a fucking rich family. I was like, most of my life I've been with my grandparents. Shit. I was like, I don't know where you get this idea that I'm fucking rich. I was like, but trust me, I grew up with plenty of people back where I used to live in Missouri. They were rich compared to me. They had farmland. They had every game console that was currently out in every game. I was like, hell, this one kid that I was friends with, he loved Johnny Bravo. And he had all this like official fucking, some of it signed and shit by the guy that, like crazy shit. And his dad was telling me about it with him. And he finished the sentence. My friend did. He said, by the time I'm about 18 or 20, he's like, I could probably sell every bit of this, have enough money to start off with college, and perhaps maybe even enough, if not enough fully to buy a car, but enough to put down and get a car. I was like, wow. I was like, is that why you got him for that? He's like, no, but he's like, when me and my dad found out, they questioned whether or not those certificates and signatures and all that meant anything, would it increase the value? And they never really got any promising answers. And that was because they were asking the wrong place. They found a website and they went to that website, and on the website they ended up finding a place that deals with all those collectibles and that stuff. And basically he had like the first of 10 models of whatever the fuck one thing was, and then another figurine that they only made so many that were actually autographed and signed. I mean, Lord. I looked at him and I smiled and I said, I don't have none of that. I was like, but I do have Darth Vader. See, man, my friend C just laughed along with his dad. It's like, I have Darth Vader. And yeah. Damn, guys. It's hot today. I don't know if y'all have noticed or not, but temperature is at least rising here where I'm at.
few days back, we got quite a bit of rain, and all the storms and bad shit was in the Midwest. Well, one verse kind of spooked somebody as they got older because they opened their Bible and right at it, the verse was, fear not, something for the Lord works in mysterious ways. It, yeah, I don't know exactly all the lines of the verse, but in a nutshell, Lord works in mysterious ways. Do not condemn that which was given unto you, for everything the Lord gives unto ye, I believe, has a purpose and has a purpose and mission, depending on the translation, or just has a purpose. And I thought, yeah, well, what the fuck? What if you don't know what it is? I kept reading. I need to find the verses for y'all to share that. Be right back, people. All right, sorry about that, guys. But essentially, things have a purpose even if they don't seem apparent at all, or if the stuff seems like junk, or you can't think, no matter how hard you try, how in the world a couple of this or that and this junk, whatever, how's all this supposed to have a purpose? And that's what we kept hearing about from a specific person that drove the van. And they was like, so and so won't let me get rid of that, because she's very strong in the belief that anything left over or something that they don't necessarily need or want to end up giving away, what have you, don't waste it, and I mean, the guy that drove the van there was like, ain't nobody gonna, there's not any use for this at all. And it was essentially, oh fuck it, all right. It was some, not new, but like old hand-me-down clothes and stuff, and a bunch of wrapped, but kind of really cheap Dollar General type presents for some kids around the community that
come from a really, really poor, bad situation, family, and kind of people that probably, if they have a full Christmas dinner, it's probably been a few years, you know, since, especially if their grandmother or what have you, somebody strong in the family passed that used to do it. And he's like, hey, ain't nobody gonna have a use for that. He's like, all of those, he said, the people that he thinks that, you know, we're gonna use, I told him that they were too big. It won't fit them. They won't want them. He's like, honestly, he said, this guy was like, honestly, that would kind of be an insult to me. Not that I wouldn't appreciate it. I get it. You know, these people don't have much at all. He said, but why give them junk? You know, he's like, it just seems like more insulting. If you're gonna give them junk they can't use, they might as well just stay with nothing. You know, like that was his attitude. And there was another person there, and they ended up saying near the end of the night when we got back, they had stopped and got stuff from Walmart. And he's like, I want to let y'all know something. All this stuff we got from Walmart, he said, it's going to go to them. He said, but the reason why we wanted to keep this, and he didn't understand, is because they've got family that's coming down to visit them that don't ever come down here. And they're a lot younger. So we wanted to have something for them to give away. You know? And yeah, that never occurred to him. Like, oh, maybe they'll have some different children there or what have you. Relatives, other people that, you know, not on good times. Because we had a committee with our church where if there was anybody they knew for a fact was struggling, and it wasn't as a result of like them gambling, or fucking drinking, drugging, none of that. As long as it didn't have anything to do with that. And there were people that had those issues too, but you know, the ones that didn't, our church didn't mind giving money to or giving gift cards to items. And there was one guy that was just always out of it, walking around town, fucked up from drinking his whole life. And nobody thought he should ever be helped because they said he's been like that forever. He's never going to change. He's never going to change. Only time he comes and actually be in court, or not court, but church, is when it's really, really cold, bad weather. He'll make sure to stop by the church and, you know, take advantage of the shelter and everything. But anytime the rest of the year, bad weather, doesn't matter. You think he ever comes by and listens to a sermon, or comes by and says hello to people that have helped him before? Just to say hello. Fuck no. Dude, hell to the no. And, you know, even my granddad, like, at one time, he's like, we got to stop, you know. He said, somebody's donating, one of our members is donating probably $100 every month. And every month, $50 out of that 100, they're using it to try to, you know, make sure he's got just the basic stuff that he needs, you know. I was like, where does he sleep? And he was like, anywhere. He didn't have really any family left, but some people that he knew and grew up with, sometimes he'd stay out there with them, but they all drank. I mean, it's really depressing here where I live. When I told y'all we're listed as the second poorest county in the whole state, I was not joking. I don't know who's the number one, but we're number two. So I guess we ain't totally broke. And people being here on YouTube talking shit about me, and I'm not even fucking paying attention to it. Oh God. When's the last time, old Burly Bird, 2 tons of fun? When's the last time you got a report, strike, complaint, anything from me? Long time. What about you, JM? Long time. How about you, Filthy? Long time. Mustard Squirrel. We know it's been a long time with you, too. Because after all, you are Mustard Squirrel, what, 4 and 5 now? I took Mustard Squirrel 1, 2, and 3 single-handedly. That's 3 me, and I guess we'll give you a half a point because of your determination. Like, I mean, but remember, determination for determination's sake, like, just do something just for the sake of doing it because that's what you've been doing, could lead to a crash, man. Like, you need to make sure you're on the right direction. Assess your bearings and where you're heading. Things change. Plans have to change. You guys originally started doing this because you said that was easy. How easy is it now, though? Like, JM and all of y'all have admitted that I haven't been on, done some community posts. So what? You want me to prove I can go without the community post too? I mean, do I really got to do that? Well, I will. I'll start it tonight or tomorrow. Same amount of time, maybe even more. I mean, but then if I do that, and you've already seen me not on the live or in live chats hardly, are you still going to spout the same nonsense? And you know what? You don't even have to answer that because I know what the answer is. It's yes. But how do you expect to be taken serious? Or do you not care if you're taken serious? Just as long as all your minions and followers and subscribers know to go along with it, act like it's true. And, you know, because when you guys somehow or I reach out, like I did in the past with Roma Army, you guys were so stalking me even then. And at that time, let's see, Bird hadn't, let's put it this way. I hadn't gotten any photographs extensively of any of you guys and your family like you had with mine already. A lot of the stuff that I would end up doing because you never stopped to clap back at you, you guys got pissed. There's no doubt about it. I'm talking about irate. And, you know, how dare this little motherfucker thinks he's got the audacity to think he can fuck with us back? No, I don't. I don't believe in fucking with people back, especially when you people started fucking with me out of nowhere, all because fucking Cammy put a spotlight on me. And the only thing you had going for yourselves at that time was fucking Johnny. You know, Moses had Durkee down. Johnny was essentially Scooter Beggins. Well, community. I mean, everybody at that time, though, Scooter, I think, was doing a lot of the crap on him. Fusion really didn't have he's doing dag burn, but him and 10, 12 others. So when I got into it with Cammy and made all those shorts. And I had the live stream when my little choo-choo, got shown. They love to say, "Oh, he done it in a threatening, ominous manner." No, I didn't. I was just being awkward and stupid. I mean, that was stupid. It was silly. It was definitely not, what's the word? Definitely not being on the up and up and just present with the environment, in other words. Now, if we was doing a live discussion on striker fired pistols versus or this versus 1911, all right, maybe I could have pulled and shown, but we wasn't. People try to say, "Oh, he freaked her out and whatever." Look, then you find out she's from the north or whatever. So, if she's from a blue state, oh well, it's on her. If the sight of a plastic with steel barrel slide stuff, polymer frame device that fits in your hand to make bad people go away, if you can't see that or, visualize one or be around one or notice one without flipping the fuck out, I don't know what to say other than I guess our gun control lobby and the media has really done a fantastic job at getting people to be scared of firearms. Some people would and could say having fear of firearms is good because it means that you're going to be cautious around them. If you have a innate, natural, ongoing sense that, I got to be fearful of this. This is something that can cause major harm. Instead of doing that, which essentially makes you scared to even be holding the thing, much less use it, instead of that, how about respect? How about instead of fearing it, how about respect it? Respect the fact that it may be an inanimate object, but it's configured in a way that it can shoot lead out at however many feet per second. And I think even a 9mm technically can almost like almost want to knock the lungs out. I could be wrong. That may be a fucking bullshit thing I read. Yeah, I just can't wrap my head around it. But no, not fear. We shouldn't fear firearms, just like no more we should fear, what is it? Damn it. Brain fart again. No more should we fear firearms and be afraid, scared, terrified of them. I'll be damned. You don't fear. You have respect that this, I mean, that these are nothing more, not to downplay, but they literally are nothing more than some parts of metal, some parts of polymer plastic, metal and plastic to make the magazine up, mean, so no, you should respect. You should never fear, but respect them because they can save people's lives. They can take people's lives. They can give authority members like police and different law enforcement officers and agencies the power to fight back against dangerous criminals that are armed, protect themselves. So many, I've seen a video here a while back. A deputy was getting shot at by people in a car that had weapons. There just happened to be a fucking citizen that had just walked around the corner, heard it, came back. When he came back, he must have been able to see and thought, oh my God, like the officer's focused over there to that person, that threat that's firing behind that. And they don't even notice that there's another one coming up the other direction. And they're messing with their firearm. And then he starts to see them bring it up like they're about to raise it and point it at that officer. So it was at that moment he already had his hand on it. It wasn't on the trigger, but it was, resting on the grip. He pulls it, and as soon as it's aimed, I mean, he doesn't, he's got one, I guess, locked and ready. And he shoots the guy, and he straight up shoots the guy right near the chest, just about. He falls. The other perpetrator saw this, and you know what they did? No shit. They literally took their magazine out of their pistol and threw their gun and magazine off to the side and put their hands out and said, I'm unarmed. And was saying shit like, oh my God, and saying the other guy's name. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't think, I can't remember if he ended up making it or what.
I forgot the name. It's Herrick something. You can help me out here. It's a certain type of Barbie. Anyway,
I know the name, but I've forgotten it. But go ahead.
So she explained that that they were just clustered around these little people, and I kept pushing her, and she eventually said, "Look, they are little people who should not be at an adult party." And I pushed her, and it was apparent what she was saying is they were minors. Now, she didn't see anything specific that was going on with them other than that adults were kind of huddled around them. But she told just a wild story about what was going on at the house, even at 7 in the morning, that this thing apparently raged all night long.
You know, it's amazing. TMZ always gets such great scoops, and this one might be one of your best as well. You got a hold of one of the Freakoff tapes. Your producers have seen it. The description is, and I'll quote, "It's porn directed by Diddy himself." And a male sex worker really sort of walks through what happened in the experiences that he had. They didn't sound illegal, but they sure seem to comport with a lot of the other stories that have been told.
Yeah. So the this was a threesome. What you would ask me about earlier about Tania Wallace, she said there were more than 100 people at that party, including at least 4 celebrities. But what you're talking about now was a threesome, and that's something that the U.S. attorney even referenced. And his lawyer in an earlier documentary we did, he was describing threesomes. He says it was all consensual. So yes, what we're told is that this male sex worker was flown out to various locations over a couple of years: Miami, New York, Los Angeles, and one other. And they would meet in hotel rooms, and Diddy would often watch as he would have sex with this woman who was associated with Diddy. So that seems to be what the feds are looking at right now in terms of alleged sex trafficking, if they are transporting somebody and perhaps paying them to cross state lines. That could end up being part of sex trafficking. Now, we know that this guy got a subpoena, and he ended up not testifying before the grand jury, but talking to prosecutors, and we're told that he left that tape with them.
And in fact, if he was transported, if he was even consensual in that setup, you're right, that is sex trafficking. It's classic federal crime to cross state lines for the purpose of selling sex. But it also comports just with the description of many of the other incidents that did sound illegal, where there was, heavy intoxication involved in some of these incidents, but the setup sounded very similar. There was something else that was so revealing in your interviewing with 2 friends of Diddy's who seemed very defensive of Diddy. Stevie J, a producer and a friend, and Ray J, an entertainer and a friend of Diddy. No matter how many times you ask the question, both of them seemed to deflect. I never took part in any of it, and yet they were so close to him and seemed to suggest that famous people are paying off victims to keep their names out of the Diddy story.
Well, Ray J as much as said that to me, that he said that there were celebrities confiding in him, that they were either approached by either the man, woman, or their lawyer, or they actually went to the person themselves and offered money for silence. That's what Ray J is saying. Now, I will say that we interviewed Tony Busby as well. He is the Houston lawyer who is representing more than 120 alleged victims. And he told me that, yes, they have sent demand letters out to various other people, high-profile people, and it's essentially an ultimatum: either pay up or we're going to sue.
1 second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust.
Gotcha, no problem.
1 second, you're worrying about your home. And then, thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to let others in with Trusted Neighbor from ADT.
Yeah, you are an idiot. You are an idiot, JM.
You've got to
always assume the worst. You fucking hate for the fact of hate's sake. You act like I purposefully went out of my way to do that specific picture. No, 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 no. See, here's how it works. Somebody sends me something of you, something different than what, have the old bullshit. Apparently, even though the program literally took and recreated the image exactly as is, the only difference was making it cartoonish form, whatever. That's it. What else? I'm sorry I didn't respond to this way earlier. Surely you're still around watching. Oh, I know you are, so come on back. I might even fucking let you up. No, you're not blocked, TG. I see you. I'm just really bad at looking at the comments. I haven't been streaming. I haven't been on live. And I came on today, and I never thought I'd be on this long, but, it's a lazy day. I had a bunch of crap I did yesterday. Today, pretty much had to go to an appointment early, and then after that got done, we came back, got something to eat out, business with some people, then came back again. Then I took Brownie for a walk. I took a nap, and then just about around 1 o'clock or so, finally, after getting back from the walk and the nap, cleaning up, I went live because there ain't shit going on. Oh, you're back, Square. I'm just sorry. Well, I thought you. What do you mean you're back? Oh, you're back like you're just now, like you just came back. Is that what you mean? Or you're back as in back on YouTube or something else I don't get? Brownie, come here. You little boogaboo. You stop it. You stop it. You stop it. You gonna attack JM. You gonna sick him, boy. You gonna sick him. You gonna sick him. Yeah, sick him. I want you to sick him. I can't teach you how to do that, though. If I do that, then you'd have to forfeit your position as a service animal. Service animals cannot be aggressive. Thank God you're not aggressive naturally. I don't even think I can train you to be aggressive. And the reason why I say that is because he's just a baby. He don't want to hurt nobody. Hell, he don't even when he sees a cat and chases it, he ain't chasing it to try to like bite it or whatever, or hurt it. Hell, he goes up to our neighbor cat, and if he tried to go up to him and like give him a little note, like a little peck on his nose with their nose with his nose, or take his head and kind of rub his head on their head, like for affection. He got up to that cat and he started tilting his head over and getting his ear just barely touched the cat's ear. That cat fucking jumped straight up. Like, he made Brownie back up. Brownie backed up like, holy shit. This motherfucker, he shot up like a scaredy cat. Like, all his legs went from collapsed and bent to just straight up extended. And it just pushed him off the ground 2 feet. And he landed back down on all fours. And he's sitting there attentively looking at Brownie like, what are you trying to do? It's almost like as soon as he touched his head, the cat was like, oh shit, we're attacked. And Brownie's just looking at him, and he's got his head turned like, what's the problem with you? I'm just trying to love you. And he tried to get close to the cat, and the cat went, and Brownie leaned backwards, and he had this look on his face like, damn, what did I do? And finally, I picked Brownie up. I said, Brownie, this cat does not like you. You could bring it a piece of meat, the best piece of meat it's ever had. And I would doubt that he'd eat it. He might eventually eat it once you get out of the environment and you're not in his vision. He might eat it. But he's not gonna remember it come from you. He's not gonna care. Cats don't give a fuck, bro.
There's a reason why you have people that go by cat people or dog people, Brownie. Dog people, optimistic. I've seen this dog train to do some crazy shit. He was the other day on YouTube. He was asked his dog something, and the dog went, "No!" Like, I mean, straight up said the word no in whatever way it can do it with its vocal. It was like, "No, no!" And she repeated it again, "No!" Like, yeah, that dog is specifically saying no. Uh, when I say certain words and phrases, Brownie dips his head to the left or to the right. One ear pops up like it's an antenna, and he's increasing the intensity of picking up audio. And the other one is bent crooked. It's almost like halfway starting to go up, but from the top half all the way up to the top, it's just bent over and just a little flop. Just a little. So one ear is extended straight, perfect, and the other one's kind of bent over like it's broken. And if I say, right there, he just did. Let me see if I can get him on camera. Huh? You gonna do the ear? You gonna do the ear thing? I want to do the ear. There it is. It's like that. Oh no, you messed it up. Do the ear, Franny. There you go. Yeah, there you go. It's usually like this. This one is bent, and this one's straight up, like that. Oh. Bring me some treat. Bring me some eat. Oh, you really good. You good boy. Is you a good boy? Is you a good boy? Is you a good boy? Shake? Yeah. Yeah, my boy. Shake? Ebo. Ebo. You know what? I just can't help it, Brandy. I feel like you deserve some ice bites. What do you think? Eli, you know it. Yeah, if they want to open. How's that one look, Granny? Ooh, ooh, boy. He's looking at it like, why ain't you putting that in my mouth? Granny, lay down. Lay down. Lay down. All the way. Down. No. Granny, down. Yeah. Good boy. Good boy. Yep, that's Brownie's good stuff. He loves them.
My mud is scared to death. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, number one, don't care about the likes. This isn't a popularity contest. Two, there's a bunch of trolls that are subscribed here. And three, I went live at a completely fucking randomized time. I have not been on lately for the past almost week. And I have not been to other people's lives except there, here and there. I popped into chat, said hi, but I have not been usually I'll stay for the full length of the live, or at least 80% of it, or 70. I haven't been doing any of that. I haven't been, most of the time, besides just one show on live the other day, was the first one I've been to at the end where it ends. I tried thinking about it. I was like, yeah, I hadn't been to any other live where I've watched it from the beginning to the end, or even just to the end, or whatever. So, Lady Tracy, most of us like to see your gun safety course certification. Okay, well, first of all, that would need to be redone, first of all, because let's see, the year I did that was what, 2013 or 14? Might have been 2014, 2015 circa. So yeah, that's definitely expired now. You do that for your CCW, which of course now in my state, they're not required. However, it is nice to still get one, especially if you plan to travel. Or, well, put it this way, as long as you plan to travel to one of the states that has reciprocity and they're not a blue state, and you're not going to get in trouble because your magazine has a standard capacity of 15 or 17 rounds instead of 10. As long as you go to certain states that have the CCW reciprocity, don't have the crazy mag rules that are unconstitutional, blah, 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 and then you follow all the rules and things, keep it locked up or out of sight. I found something out too. A lot of people are thinking, well, if you drive by a school zone and you have a firearm in your vehicle, what if you get pulled over? Will you get a felony if they find out that you have some people are saying, well, perhaps not if they pull you over and you're cool and they just give you a ticket for speeding or whatever, or a warning and let you on your way, you'd be fine. But let's say they pull you over and they want to search you for whatever reason. Now you can say no, but I'm just telling you here right now in the 21st century, it's almost dumb to do. I mean, I guess go ahead and say no if you want to uphold your right, but just realize that in today's time, all the police do whenever they hear no to a search is look to see if they smell marijuana, because that's a surefire exigent circumstances, which allows them to not need a warrant. It's the car smells like marijuana. This might not be applicable anymore in most places since marijuana is now legal and you could literally. Still hear me or not? Looks like you can. Why am I hearing myself twice? There we go. That might be a good reason why. Yeah, I'll let a link for you up soon, JM. You have to hold on a second because when I talk to you, I already know I might as well go ahead and get myself something to drink and go set myself outside and light me up a cigar because you know what you're gonna try to pull. I mean, I ended up somebody was telling me that I must have gotten them. He was over there mentioning the wound care that I did, which I don't have to do. They knew stuff was being documented, and yes, they're all right and know that it was put on YouTube because I showed them what was put on YouTube, and just like they said, well, you can't tell who that is or nothing. Looks like you didn't get my name or anything in the picture, so that's all they cared about, really. Making sure that if I do that, I do it in a way where I don't fucking fuck up their privacy. Because they're well aware of the bullshit I fucking have dealt with on there. So, yeah. Plus, it's not like they were like, oh my god, well, if you put it up there, people may fucking get obsessed with me. Like, I was like, you think that's... No, he didn't say that. He's told me straight up to ignore y'all, but he's seen some of the stuff that some of y'all have said, like mustard and shit, and y'all call me a pedo. This dude said, calling you a pedophile. He said, what the fuck's the matter with them? He said, that's the type of shit you people do and try to say, oh, I'm just pranking. Yeah, you don't prank with that shit. That's how you get people killed. Because there are people out here that have had very bad experiences. Maybe they lost a fucking child to a fucking murdering goddamn pedo. Perhaps he didn't get the death penalty, but life. And then let's say this person just randomly on YouTube hears JM call me a pedo, and supposedly got all this crap on my computer, but I'm getting away with it. And I mean, according to them, I am. And they can't get the authorities involved. Oh, Mustard has meanwhile come out and said that apparently a new story, one, that he had a child with a cell phone number or whatever. And apparently, supposedly, according to him, I called this number. Not only did I call it, according to him, but he says I called it and harassed and scared the fucking underage person, and then called him back again, harassed, to the point that they had to change the number. Oh, and yeah, by the way, for all this so-called harassment on the telephone of a minor, which, you might not, let's say it was true. Okay, the first call, maybe you didn't get anything because you wasn't around. And the first call is what leads to you finding out from your child, right? Okay. Guess what? The second time that phone calls, you're going to have recording stuff out. You're going to have a recorder. You're going to be on the phone. Maybe not right at first. You might let them try to say whatever, but you're going to interrupt and you're going to interject. And then, depending upon what you hear, you're probably going to threaten to have me put in a wood chipper, which I really can't, I wouldn't hate on, because that's what them people deserve. Come on, Brownie. Here's what I don't get, though. If I was a person that belonged to the here's level-headed, loves his children father would do, which there's two choices. One involves not giving a fuck if you're there for your family anymore, of course,
And the other one is the more citizen approach of fucking reporting the shit and letting the cops know if they don't do something about it, you will. Those are two different ways you can go about it. Have you done either of them things? No, the fuck you haven't. You've been on YouTube. You have been up on here talking nothing but shit. No, I don't. Matter of fact, I don't have anything that needs to be censored, first off. And second off, if you mean now censored as in the faces are, refaced and put a thing over them so they kind of all have similar identical features that got derived from one face, which was the source material for that reface filter. Yeah. If you had the best, what you call it? Let's say you had the best top of the line facial recognition software with the database of all up the facial recognition on its own without that picture in the database compared to all the other pictures of supposedly the same people. I guarantee you it wouldn't match.
apparently. But yeah, JM, you're gonna sit over there with people who say, you know, fuck dumb genius and them, sure. And I imagine they're referencing perhaps, I don't know, me and essentially the issue is not everybody else. The issue is you, Bird, and Gene. Like, but even this person that doesn't like Gene teaming them. And look, I was honest about it. All right, Gene, because I wasn't going to let Gene and Bird play the victim like they tried doing it the very beginning. When I heard that Jut song, and I just repeated what I heard and put it out there, which is exactly what you fuckers are doing with your pedo allegations you fucking have been running with and going on with ever since somebody first made them up out of the computer, seeing them on a live stream bullshit. And then wanting to bring up, well, remember now, yeah, he did tell us the story completely voluntary. So that really shows that he had nothing to hide. I mean, he didn't have to share it with us. And if I hadn't shared it with you, you wouldn't be able to use that stupid ass unrelated event and tie it into this made up event to try to sell it as it not being made up. There was nothing on the live stream that day. You guys saw my Facebook photo albums, which give you a preview and tell you the album's name. It shows a cover photo of a photo is the cover photo from the album, and then below, little cover photo, whatever, and below, you know, is the name. You click on it, you're in a photo album. There was a birthday that I wasn't fully in charge of, but what I had to do and did for that party was I brought basically the fucking ice cream cake, went out and got it as well. I went and, along with buying him two things from Walmart out of my money, I had a bunch of Transformers that were still relatively new that I had purchased just back when I was in Massachusetts at rehab. Now you might be wondering, why did you purchase Transformers in your age while in rehab in Massachusetts? I'll tell you.
share this story because it's a direct contradiction to the whole square can't work. I was able to get a fucking job up in Massachusetts, a place I might add that I wasn't from, didn't speak their language at all, probably sounded like a fucking hick to them. Guess what? I got up there and I got me a job, and I never once failed a fucking drug test. Not once. The whole time I was in treatment. I never had a slip up, not even when living in sober living. And trust me, people was selling Suboxone strips, and some people were getting weed and, doing the weed and either having to, find a way to do the fake pee thing or cover their shit up. That was stupid. I came real close to doing it. Like, I ended up taking just a hit and a half off of something, but they were light hits. And I started getting, like, just that little bit that I did hit made me really lock in my paranoia. So I said, no, 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 no. I was like, it'd be my luck, man. I go up in there, test dirty for weed, all damn things, which was legal up in fucking Massachusetts, by the way. The one time I'm in a state, because where I lived at the time, we still was fucking illegal. Period. So being up there was kind of like West California, and I was with Scientology. We could see a dispensary right across a little bit down the street, and we brought it up and asked if that we think, and they're like, "Yep." They're like, "Don't go there." Because even with marijuana, Scientologists see it as a mind-altering drug, and they see that it can basically fuck up your the track. You have this track, which is every event, situation, moment to moment throughout your whole life, going backwards, and when you're working to become clear and you're auditing, trying to do that along while still doing drugs doesn't really mix because, whenever you're doing auditing, the purpose is to get your mind relaxed to the point that eventually it's able to look at the deeper and more traumatic things that it doesn't want to look at. And only by doing that and reliving them, so to speak, in other words, just going through the event, that's what auditing is. They basically have you recall whether it was a wreck, an argument, a fight, an upset, whatever the event was that was traumatic. They ask you to go from start to end, and then when you get done, they will say, "Good, thank you. Now, again, please go through again and try to remember more and give me more details." And each time they have you go back over that shit, you will start to you'll say a lot of the same things at first, but over time, slowly things will be added or sentences will be extended with more information because you're remembering, your mind is pulling out of the subconscious, memories, images, and things that you saw, but were buried so deep you couldn't. When you first recalled the incident, you didn't even think of it. But the more you think on it and meditate on that and recall it, guarantee you this: I will never, ever, 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 as long as I breathe and live and can think for myself, I will never fall for that bullshit gimmick again. I promise you that. I promise that to myself. Ain't no fucking way. No, 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 no. No. See, y'all been tripping because I ain't been around. All y'all can do is look at old shit. It doesn't bother me. Constantly, like, focused on you for one thing. You know, like, I do focus on tons more other shit. Stuff to do with the Second Amendment, stuff to do with our country, stuff to do with other channels, stuff to do with other influencers.